Um, okay, I see. We received some delegate sign-up emails in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
One of them is from Chile, and they're not formally members yet. So does that make them observer members until the next GA then?
Chile actually sent in a membership application back in January, so they definitely that was like a long time ago. So their application for ordinary membership will get voted on today.
I understand that. What I'm trying to say is because they're not currently members.
No, that's not from the beginning, but from as soon as they will get voted in, they will be accredited.
Yeah.
Yes. So we start off with them being observer members, and then they change status during the meeting.
Yeah, we start with them as guests.
Okay, because normally, yeah, I
They're
understand.
guests now.
Yeah, I have nothing against that. We had this discussion, as you know, Gregory, in the PPEU meeting, that until they've been assigned membership and paid fees, that they don't have voting rights, which means that new members generally can't vote until the next General Assembly. But we can do things our way.
But this
We
is
don't have to.
not correct. That somebody understood that, but the membership dues are due for the year they joined. They only due in January of next year, so they are in good standing when they join.
Yeah.
They need to pay when they get an invoice, membership invoice, and it will be for the next year. Well, from the moment they joined, but the moment they joined, they're in good standing because nobody presented them with no whatever.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think PPEU was maybe a little strict on that. Just want to make sure that I understand our rules. So thank you for clarifying, as always.
But they were forcing us to pay. They were like torpedoes, like on a 24-hour notice. I really didn't like it.
I know. It was like 12 hours notice, and they were like, pay or you're out. Hi, Giuseppe.
And we had never gotten the invoice.
Oh, geez.
That was the problem. We had never gotten an invoice.
Yeah. Well,
we're nicer than that here.
Yeah, we'll send some invoices out after the GA, but you know, the membership fees are voluntary anyway. Like if somebody can't pay the membership fee for whatever reason, like they're not kicked out or anything. They just got to let us know, and it's all good.
Yeah. I like that about us.
I remember like when I first became the vice chair of PPI years ago, like I didn't even understand why we had membership fees. Like, why do people have to pay to join us? Like, that's stupid. That's not cool. And then
expensive.
Yeah, I know. But at the time, I was like brand new to everything, right? And I'm just like, you know, my commie ass coming in here being like, down with membership fees, and Gregory's just like, no.
Yeah, then how do you pay for what we do?
But it does cost money. Yeah.
It does.
I can be the proponent for membership fees because
we got a
authority.
Yeah. We got what?
We got a YouTube link. We are on YouTube. Everybody smile, you're on camera.
So we can stream to YouTube. That's awesome.
So if it's the YouTube running, do we need to record it here?
Well, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It may be also better quality.
Native quality, always be.
Yeah. I will start the recording once the meeting starts. I don't know that we have to record accreditations, do we?
The YouTube link is in the Zoom chat, and it as always it has like 15 seconds delay. So
yeah. Well, that's awesome. See, this is the YouTube thing is kind of, I'd like to apologize for that because I kind of assumed that we had the capability to stream to YouTube very easily through Zoom. I just assumed that that was like something we could do. So I didn't even like ask about it until yesterday, right? Because I assumed that like we just had to like click a button and it'd be fine. But then Gregory was like, no, I don't think we have that with this version of Zoom, but Bastian can set this up. And then it's kind of like, well, you know, if it's going to be like a big complicated thing, then maybe we
Yeah.
shouldn't. But Bastian, if you're here, if you're listening, I see Pirates on Air is here,
Yeah,
but
that's
Bastian,
not yet recorded. Pirates on Air is the one that's streaming to YouTube.
yeah.
We did it with our GA.
Yeah.
So it's possible, but it was
Well, we did
quite
with
a big
last,
rig.
we did with the last GA
Yeah.
last year, but then we had throw in more money into Zoom and had the webinar license that cost $50 per month, and those have ability to host up to 500 people and also have the YouTube button.
So since it's 10:20 and we're in the accreditation hour, should we start accrediting the people that are showing up now?
Sure, absolutely. We should put them into the minutes as appeared.
Mike?
And in the meantime, can everybody change their name to include the shortcut or the abbreviation of their party's name?
Oh yeah,
So we know who's who.
rename yourself.
Those of you who don't know how to rename yourself, you can click on participants and then click on your name and choose rename and put your name and the abbreviation for the country you're representing.
Or just right click your video.
Which you can do too, if you're not on a pad like me and have to do everything the hard way. Oh, stop laughing, Mike. I'm going to get you at the pirate beer. You know it.
Nobody's forcing you to be on an iPad.
I have a laptop that's not an Apple product and it sucks goat dick. So yes, I have it open so that I can look at the discourse on it, but it doesn't really perform on anything else. So my little crappy old iPad is actually doing a better job than this new laptop.
It's not a laptop, it's a Chromebook.
It's a Chromebook, sorry. It's a Chromebook. Yeah.
And I love Chromebooks, but you don't.
Well, no, I'm used to better products. You know, I'm an Apple girl.
We can take that discussion later.
Yes. From Norway, it's the delegates, the formal delegates are myself and Sven Markdal. Both are present.
Should I write it down?
Yeah, would you?
Okay. Done. In the meantime, for the PPCZ, there are 3 delegates, which is me, Lukáš Doležal down there, and the chief should be Vojta Pikal, who isn't here yet. So we shall skip ourselves for now.
Okay. Giuseppe, do you want to present the delegates from your country?
Actually, I'm not official delegate from my country.
Okay.
But we have Marco and Eduardo and Eleonora.
Okay.
Eduardo should be connected right now. Marco, yeah, I see Marco too. I don't see Eleonora though.
Bailey, I apologize. I suddenly started sharing the accreditation process, and that's not my job. I know.
Oh no, it's okay. It's totally cool.
I don't have a list of reported delegates in front of me, so I'm not able to sort of do the checks and balances thing.
Nor do I.
No.
We have a issue that we need to go over that list of delegates right now. So why don't we start doing that in the minutes?
But I don't have a list. I'm just writing what people tell me to write.
The list is the emails that we received that we need to tally together right now. So I'm gonna get started on that.
Okay.
Just to check, I'm delegate from Brazil.
Awesome. Thanks, Dan.
It should be me and Bastian who delegate.
I'm making a post with a Zoom link to our Facebook event because it wasn't there.
Okay, I'll start doing that now.
Okay, I'm going on mute to avoid blaring children's music, everybody.
And as far as I'm aware, Rudolf is for the newer Slovaks. And he's the only delegate.
And there's some more delegates from Slovakia also. Hang on.
But I think from the other one.
No.
Why don't I do this? I'm going to take that list of the participating.
Yeah.
And I'm going to set up I'm going to copy it, and under each country we'll start writing in the delegates that we have. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm going to put that applicants. I'm going to make a new line because we don't have it, called delegates. Okay. Oh no, delegates accreditation. I see you've already started at line 160.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, or not line 157.
Awesome. Thank you.
Why don't we paste each of those? I'm gonna cut and put each of those under its party on the list. Those numbers are gonna drive me nuts. Let's get rid of the numbers.
Maybe we can keep the names instead of the abbreviations, so it's easier to know what they mean.
Oh. All right. Whoever is the expert in the wiki coding, please have at it.
Sorry, what you said?
We're just setting up the delegates on line 157, and so.
Yeah, you asked something about the wiki.
Oh, just whoever's good at coding the.
Yes. That
The
would be me.
section here, please put the punctuation, correct punctuation.
Okay, what line?
Lines 157 to 200.
Thank you. I'll fix it in a minute.
And I added Hungary because they sent their list of 2 people to me via Facebook, but after I asked them to send it to any email, they didn't. So I kind of hope they will come.
Yeah, everyone please notice the issue with the potential members that we might want to freeze for meeting quorum based on the activity. I believe Bosnia and a few others, we might have already decided something. So we need to be careful on that list.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not divulging any secrets, but yesterday the Czech delegation spoke about this, and we really should do something about parties who are inactive.
There's actually not that many that are frozen, or there's only 5 or 6. You know, it's not a big list.
Yep. But there's a bigger list for people who are not frozen, but still like never come to us.
Do you remember every GA so far that we always wait for 1 or 2 people or 1 or 2 parties to show up? That's exactly the difference we need.
Yeah, and we kicked 2 last time, and it will become much easier with that already.
Let's hope so. Today I'm optimistic again.
Oh, you've been able to sleep.
Lucky me.
Does anyone mind if I erase the colors once in a while? Because it just kind of annoys me.
Yeah.
Feel free.
Go for it.
I'll erase when we start the meeting.
Whoa. Somebody who's red, Bailey. Why, Bailey? Please, you removed the wiki template that was already there, like on line 228 for the do we accept Pirate Party of Chile ordinary member of PPI? And you said like there was a wiki template that if we copy that into wiki, we already get a nice box and everything of results. And you erased all the wiki information about it.
Oh, fuck.
Was it on purpose? Do you don't like it to be looking nice in wiki?
No, that's not what I was doing. I'm sorry. No, I thought that it looked weird, so I just thought I would like make it look nice on the pad. I thought I was helping. I'm sorry.
Okay, we can do both. We can I don't know. Just like here's the template in the end of the pad. There's a template with all this technical mumbo jumbo. So it may be easier to note which part we need probably a voting template like that we call all the parties in a row and see how they vote, and then we can fill in this template and saying okay, just so many number in favor and so many not, whatever, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't intend to screw up the whole format of it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But you're still having like yes equals and so on, so it also kind of like still looks technical.
Well, I mean, yeah, like I said, I was trying to make it look nice. I'm sorry. I won't ever like touch it again.
I'm doing the same now with the party name, so I hope it's not the same thing.
Okay, we can fix everything, of course. It's
No, I'm really sorry, Greg. I honestly like I had no idea that was in that format for the wiki. I thought it was one of those weird copy paste things where it just shows up all weird, and yeah, I'm sorry.
Somebody deleted all the people from the newer Slovaks for some reason. They were already there, not anymore.
Yeah, okay. I created all the public whiteboards and Jitsi rooms for the backend.
Fuck.
If you don't have still time, we are ready to go.
I believe somebody just shouted Sieg Heil below my window. So.
Oh, nice.
Maybe
nice. It was something else.
Let's hope so. But I doubt it.
Okay.
Oh. Lastly, look at the board report. Okay.
I'm fixing up the minutes. Is someone going through the board emails to add, go through to make sure we add everyone to that list?
Yeah.
I'll go over in a second. I'm just trying to go through the minutes.
Everybody's busy refilling the minutes, or what to do? What's happening now? So quiet.
I was filling out the form.
I went through most of the mails. It looks like you guys did the same, so we're doing good. I don't think I missed anything. I don't think you missed anything. What about Belgium? We got something from Belgium.
Yeah, I saw that they had registered through the needs assessment, but it doesn't
Oh, they
look like
did?
we have anybody here yet.
So I'm gonna cross tally them with the needs assessment, and we'll put in brackets anyone we got from the needs assessment, okay?
Yep.
So we can confirm that indeed that they are the person.
Yeah.
Mauricio, Michael, else, please rename. Giuseppe, you three, please rename yourself to include the party which you are from.
Okay.
Which key doesn't have as well?
Sorry, Patrick Crystal is from which Slovakia party? Oh, so I'm sorry, so Slovenia. Sorry, my mistake. Wait, Slovenia, okay. So we have one from Slovenia as well.
It's all right, common mistake.
I think I forgot where they are on a map.
Oh, the Think Twice conference is missing from the board report.
Oh. Do you want to add it in there?
Yes, I'm in the board report pad right now.
Yep.
That's how I noticed that, like, I'm looking cross and back and forth to my mind map and see, oh, something is missing. What was it? Now I found it. Okay, Think Twice.
Is the COVID-19 statement on our board report? I put it in any other business. But you can move it to the board report.
Yeah, let's put it in there.
We can put it in there.
So it's on line 396 right now in any other business. If you just want to paste it into the board report.
Yeah.
So, well, we've got 1, 2, 3. So I count 14 parties that have registered either by email or by registering with the needs assessment. What about Switzerland?
What? Oh.
Gregory, that third skull meeting, I never saw an invite for that.
Maybe I miscount.
I'm pretty sure it was just the, because we were gonna do one before the GA, but then,
Yeah.
yeah,
We had one in January. We had one in March.
yeah.
Uh,
I'm pretty sure it was just those two. I can't think of.
yeah. And then we had one for July. The next one for July, and we didn't have a second set yet. Set
Ty vole, co to je za
date
humus
yet
tohleto?
about nation builder and alternatives and stuff. About working with volunteers and party structures. That would be the next one. Yes, and the democracy tools, it kind of did not happen because it didn't.
Yeah, well, we can work on that after the GA.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're right too.
Yeah.
I was just
No stress. I just wanted to like ask because I didn't.
Just looking in my list and stuff, you know. Yep. So.
We've had 3 new people join in the last 2 minutes, according to chat. Hello?
I've been pasting the anonymous Zoom link without the password. I don't know if it makes a difference.
There's no password. I removed it.
Okay.
How are people supposed to find the minutes back? Is it just for us now?
We have fans.
Oh, it's not allowed. Someone.
Some Polish people, I guess.
What did you say, Greg? Sorry.
I said, how are people supposed to see the minutes? Do they have a public read-only link for that, or everybody will get the right access, or how we do it?
I would prefer to let everyone just see the minutes and only have a few. You know, the only people that have a login can write the minutes.
Oh, there's a read-only link. Okay, you can.
I can create minutes that are only editable for select few. Will get a specific link and visible for everyone else who has a basic link, and I can create it within a minute.
Yeah, I already did. I already created a read-only link, 2 minutes.
Is someone from Tunisia in here?
Not yet.
Okay, I'm on it at the moment.
Oh, what was I going to say? Never mind.
Did we not hear from Catalonia recently as well?
I don't really know if they registered or just talked about Zoom.
So let's write in the last year's in parentheses the delegate. That's what I'm doing, okay?
Ten przez niego też może boleć.
O, widzisz, Bruno, a tak nie chciałeś, żeby mama obcinała, no to boli przez to. No przecież mama chciała.
No daj wyrównam jeszcze.
Oj,
Mały jestem.
Bruno, a jak mama obcina, to boli, tak? Boli trochę.
Już prawie, tylko chcę troszeczkę wyrównać.
Zbigniew, możesz stumyć sobie mikrofon?
Wyrównać.
No dobra, już. A w szydłowej nóżce jest tak samo?
Probably not.
Oh, so Spain did contact us because they opposed the use of Zoom during the GA.
I believe so. And that's maybe why they are not here.
Yeah, I'm writing that in as a potential participation. Maybe we can have them on a separate chat participating and listening in on YouTube or something.
Oh,
So I'll write that. If anyone wants to write to the person, the delegates there that I'm writing in, we might be able to save some time to help us get started.
well, we have 6 minutes. How many people we need?
We don't know. So let's make a tally of the people who are actually here versus the people that signed up.
Shall we just take it from the top?
And it would be the first time we ever begin on time, so no real expectation, but
So no reason to go to any uncharted waters, so better start at 12.
Okay, but I mean Luxembourg as well. We know that they have a contingency, so let's just see if we can, right, figure out who would be able to come.
okay, if you use square brackets and by any chance they will be in there by the end of the meeting, they will become links in Wiki. So probably use the round brackets instead.
I'm sorry, use what kind of brackets?
The normal one, the round brackets.
Don't use.
So if they are in the end, the square brackets become links. They are rendered as links.
I see.
We have to approve minutes from the last GA. We do, don't we?
Okay.
No, we don't. There is no rule that requires it, and I refuse to vote on it.
Exactly.
Okay.
The rules of procedure says that people can send in their comments to the published meetings for 7 days, or every time somebody changes something, the 7 days counts anew, and after that they stand as accepted.
Mhm.
Okay.
The Tunisian pirates won't be present today, but I've may be able to set a meeting with them in the near future, so we can recontact them and talk to them.
What's the total voting power of our current membership? I'll guess it's
So if I counted correctly, we have 12 voting members currently present.
and do they all have full vote or some of them half vote?
I
Some of
think
them half vote for sure.
Only half over here.
So please count the voting power of the present members. Because that's the requirement from the statutes that we need 1/3 of the total voting power.
Because 12 is kind of the magic number.
11.5.
Yeah, I counted 11.5 as well.
Yeah.
And I think our total voting power of members is 35 because we have 3 sets of countries where there are 2 parties. So we need 11.6 periodic voting power.
So we have the quorum.
We have quorum?
And do we know that everybody is actually here?
We also need to decide on this issue of the number of parties, because we have parties that we know have issues, are not active. So
Well, there's a process for that.
Yes.
And it says that the board has to propose to the court of arbitration exclusion of a member unless we get some letter of resignation or some recognition that they are no longer existing. Which with the problem that we accepted previously non-formally existing parties would constitute a problem.
Exactly. Okay, so we have done that. But we can definitely do it until the next time.
Okay.
I suggest we do a roll call and also how many votes each delegate has, so that we can establish that everybody's here.
We should start the recording if we start the official proceedings.
We're now recording on Zoom as well. Thank you.
All right. Are we streaming?
Yes, we are streaming to YouTube all the time.
Okay, awesome. So everybody good?
Hello.
Okay, so do we want to just go through the roll call before we start the opening remarks and stuff and just make sure we have everybody first?
Well,
Yeah.
if you have some welcome speech, it's the first step, and then we will do the chair, and after that the quorum.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I will just go down the list that we have then, and I will call the name of your country, and if you could just say that you're present. If you're here, then that would be awesome, and we'll know you're here. Okay, Pirate Party of Austria.
Morning.
Good morning. Pirate Party
Good morning.
of Belarus. Nope. Pirate Party of Belgium. Pirate Party of Brazil.
I'm here.
Pirate Party of Catalonia. Pirate Party of the Czech Republic.
Here.
Pirate Party of Estonia. Pirate Party of France.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Germany.
Present.
Pirate Party of Greece. Pirate Party of Hungary. Nobody from Hungary? I thought we had a couple.
Yeah, muted.
We do?
Yes, here.
Okay. Okay, wonderful. Pirate Party of Italy.
Present.
Pirate Party of Israel.
Present.
Pirate Party of Luxembourg.
Wait, we're skipping a few. You're
Oh.
like
Am I
I don't know, just for formality, just to clarify, you skipped, Bosnia, Bulgaria.
Oh, I was looking, Jesus.
So I'm on line 34, okay?
Okay, sorry, I was looking at the long list, or the
Just
wrong list.
prevent any confusion. Bosnia, line 23.
Yeah, okay, I'm looking at the.
Bulgaria.
Okay, do we have anybody from Bosnia? No. Do we have anybody from Bulgaria? Okay, no. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm gonna continue. I think the last one I said was Israel.
Yeah.
Okay, Israel's present. Pirate Party of Japan, one of them. It's no, absent. Pirate Party of Kazakhstan. Absent. Pirate Party of Korea. Pirate Party of Latvia. Pirate Party of Luxembourg. Pirate Party of Morocco. Pirate Party of Netherlands. You guys are present. Pirate Party of New Zealand. Internet Party of New Zealand.
Yep.
Hi, Joe. Pirate Party of Norway.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Portugal. Or sorry, Poland.
Okay, so I am the delegate of Pirate Party of Poland.
Hello. Welcome.
I will. Okay, I will show video.
Here you are. Okay.
Can you just give me your second name so I can write it down?
Can you please rename yourself in Zoom to include the Poland after your name?
Okay, I will try.
Thank you.
All right. Pirate Party of Portugal. Pirate Party of Romania. Pirate Party of Russia.
Okay.
Pirate Party of Slovakia.
Present.
Slovakia is present. And there's actually two pirate parties of Slovakia. They each have a half vote, and one of them is present. And the other one, do we have anyone from the other pirate party of Slovakia here?
Oh,
No?
that's the association.
I think we would need to clarify which one we have of the two.
Rudolph is from the new one.
We have the newer one.
The one with dash.
Yeah.
No, okay.
Okay. Pirate Party of Slovenia. No. Pirate Party of Spain. Pirate Party of Switzerland. Nobody from Switzerland. Okay. Pirate Party of Tunisia. Pirate Party of Turkey. Pirate Party of Ukraine. Okay. All right, so let's see how many we got.
I count 13 parties, but 2 with half a vote. So that gives us 12 voting power.
12 voting power. That's what I'm counting as well.
Magic number.
Yeah, we are a bit over. So be careful when reestablishing the quorum after new members. We need the recount.
Yes. Okay, so that's good. We have quorum. Wonderful. All right. So now that we know that we have quorum, why don't we look at the chairs. So just our proceedings here. So of course, I'm kind of opening the GA right now. My name's Bailey, by the way, in case you guys don't know me. I'm the chair of PPI. And if there are no objections, then our thinking was that I would chair for the first half of the GA today, and then Gregory, our vice chair, will take over for the second half. Does anybody have any objections to this? No? Okay, excellent. So I will chair the meeting for now. We do need some note takers for this meeting. So we do have Keith, who is our general secretary, but of course, Keith cannot be the only one to take notes today. So if I could, I would like to ask for a couple of volunteers to take notes today. And I would also like to encourage everybody here to pitch in with these notes. It's going to be a lot better if we can all help out rather than putting it all on just a couple of people. So Mike, did you have your hand up to volunteer for note taking?
Aye.
Awesome. Okay, Mike is going to be a note taker. Would anybody else like to volunteer to be a note taker?
I would also volunteer to fiddle with it
Okay.
a bit, but I need the link for that.
All right. Wojta's also going to take notes for us.
Mike, if you have a link for the edit, please send it to me somewhere.
I'm also in the pattern doing stuff.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah, let's just help each other out, guys. It's a team effort, and we want to make sure that we have really good, clear minutes. I will also help out with the notes as much as I can later on when I'm not chairing the meeting. But we definitely, we all want to make sure that we pitch in. So, good stuff. We have, so if you look on the pad, we have from line 106 down, we have a proposed agenda. So of course, like always, I mean, the agenda, the times that we have here, it's just an estimate of, you know, kind of how we think the day is going to go. But of course, we will adapt. And, you know, if there's any proposed changes, anything that you guys think that you think maybe doesn't fit right, or any, you know, anything you want to change about the agenda, please let us know. Does anybody have any objections or proposed changes to the agenda? No, not hearing anything. All right. So I'm going to take that as you're good with the agenda as it is. Excellent. So good stuff. I think that that's all of the kind of opening proceedings that need to happen. So let's just dive right in. So welcome everybody. Oh, Linda has her hand up. Oh, no? Okay. So welcome everybody to the General Assembly today. It's really wonderful to see you all, and I thank you for taking time out of your Saturday to be here and participating, and that you care enough to be here. It really means a lot to us. We are really excited to be here to talk to you guys and update you on some things that we've been working on, and also give us a chance to address some unfinished business from the last GA, and also get some feedback from you guys too, because we really want to know what you think about our work so far, and you know what you want us to improve on as well. And we will definitely we'll go into that a little more later, but that's one of the reasons we wanted to be here today, is so that we can hear from you directly what you think. And yeah, that's I just lost my train of thought again. Sorry guys, that's gonna happen. So for the meeting today, I'm going to be watching the Zoom windows. If you look on your Zoom window, you should have a raise hand function there. Does everybody have that? Because I'm going to be watching that, and I'm also going to be watching the chat as well. And yep, so Joe has it. I think everybody probably has that raise hand function. So if you want to speak at any point, use that, or you can also type in the chat as well that you want to speak, and I will be doing my best to pay attention to both. I ask you to be very patient because I might miss things. In fact, I probably definitely will miss something. So I will need your help. And if I make any mistakes, just, don't get mad at me. Try not to get mad at me. Just kindly let me know and I will try and fix it. So one thing is that we do understand we were supposed to have this General Assembly a long time ago. The original plan, based on our conversations at the last GA in December, was that we were going to try and do this more like, February-ish, and that didn't happen for a number of reasons. Things get really chaotic, and then time kind of passes and it's like, oh my God, no, we were supposed to do this a long time ago. And then it ended up happening at the end of May. So apologies for that. We do understand that this is long overdue, and we thank you for your patience in finally getting this thing going. And again, it's just really great to see all of you. So we're going to start off with just going right into reports, if that's okay. And then we'll go into new member applications. After we're done with the reports, we'll have a little break, then new member applications, and then we have some statute amendments to go through as well. We have some motions, and we might also, now this kind of depends on how the statute amendments and stuff kind of go, but we might actually look at replacing an alternate board member, because one of our alternate board members did resign early on in the term. So depending on how things go with the statutes and whatnot, we will possibly be looking for an alternate board member. So that's a thing we might do as well. And then once we're done everything, we would like the ending of this to focus on just some discussion around what you guys think about our work. We want to, hopefully, if we have the time, we would like to do this in kind of an online bar camp format. And Gregory has set up a number of Jitsi rooms, and we'll do kind of a breakout group kind of thing. And it should be really fun. And we would really like to mix it up and do it that way if possible. But it'll depend on the time, of course. It'll depend on our energy levels, and we'll just see how it goes. But the ending, we really want to hear from you guys about what you think. And, however we end up doing that, we will definitely be making sure to have some of these more open discussions and getting your feedback, looking at the needs assessment results and stuff like that. So if everybody's good, I'm going to go into the board report.
And you can mention also that after the bar camp, if it's happening at all, we have a pirate beer tonight in the evening.
Yes. So that's another thing. So once we're done everything, later on tonight, starting at 9 p.m. in Central European time, we will be having our regular pirate beer meetup. It just kind of worked out that we scheduled our GA on the same day as we had pirate beer, and it'll just be a really fun, post GA hangout where we can all just chill and enjoy each other's company and not deal with any formal stuff, any agendas or anything like that. So hope to see you guys there as well. I see Vojta, did you have your hand up a couple minutes ago?
Yeah, I just did some calculations, and I'd like to bring something to your attention, but not raise any objections. I looked into the rules of procedure as we have them right now, and there's quite different wording from the statutes. And in the rules of procedure, it says that we cannot vote or discuss things if there is not 1/3 of all ordinary members present, which we don't meet. But we meet the requirement that is in the statutes, and I say we go through anyway, because I think that some of the members that we are not present are actually not existent, so they should not be in our register.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for pointing that out. I'm glad that you think we're good to just just continue anyway. I know that we have a lot of parties listed as members, but they, we're not too sure if they actually exist or not, and that kind of makes things tricky, right? Because we have this number for quorum that depends on that. But if they're not active, then yeah. I mean, this is something that I think should be looked into, and I know that it's been brought up before, but thank you for bringing that to my attention. So why don't we go into the board report? I will start with that. So has everybody had a look at Discourse? Because there is a copy of the board report on there. I will go through it with you right now, but yeah, you can always go onto Discourse and read it yourself also.
Sorry, Bele, when did you post it to the Discourse? Because I did some changes in the online pad today in the morning. So I wasn't aware that this was on Discourse.
Oh, I just put it there a little while ago.
Do you know when?
Like
an hour ago.
An hour or two.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I mean, if you need to go in and put the new version onto Discourse, that's okay. I think we're good.
Yeah, it missed the think twice part.
Yeah, I mean, it probably like missed a couple of things, right?
Yes, it missed a lot.
That's why I sent it to you guys and said add stuff.
Yes, but I added to the other pad.
Yeah.
We have a question in chat: how to find the raise hand button. Gregory, would you please explain it to them?
The hand raise button is if it's in the lower part. If you have reactions, you should have the hand raise button. I don't have it, so I can't tell because I'm a co-host.
It may be at the bottom of the participants window on some clients.
And in the bottom of participants windows, there are some other buttons like yes, no, go slower, go faster.
Yeah, actually, I'm noticing I don't even have the raise hand function. So.
So there's a reaction button in Zoom, and it said, but it has like applause and thumbs up.
Yeah.
But no.
Yeah. I say we can use thumbs up to ask for the word as well.
But I don't know how to get it out.
It will go out after 10 seconds or something.
Okay.
Yeah, I suggest because it's an issue that we also allow the thumbs up reaction as a way to raise your hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can type in the chat. And anybody, if I am for whatever reason, I'm looking at something and talking and I'm not seeing that you are raising your hand, if I don't look at the chat for a little bit and I don't see that you want to speak, then anybody, you can interrupt, or you can like, I'm gonna watch as much as I can, obviously, but if I miss you, don't worry, I will see it, and if it's becoming really bad, then like interrupt me by all means. So, all right.
Marco has found the hands up. The blue one, hands up. So Marco Confalonieri from Italy have a hands up.
Right, Marco.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
I see that there are some yes, no, and okay, the raise hand, the lower hand. Are we going to use this yes, no somehow, or as a complement to the voice yes? Or
I think we will vote by roll call.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Is everybody good? Okay. All right. So I'm going to dive into the board report, like waving to everybody, waving to Satoko. All right. So since the last General Assembly, which happened in December of 2019, the PPI board, along with all of you, the members, we've all been really busy with activities and some projects, and we hope that these things will benefit the pirate movement long term. So the board currently meets every 3 weeks on Discord. We meet every 3 weeks on Discord, and we also, every 3 weeks, we hold online socials known as Pirate Beer, which we just mentioned, and it's just like a fun, completely agendaless gathering online for everybody. And this is in addition to a number of standing committee meetings that have specific topics for discussion and sometimes even resulting in actual initiatives and projects that, you know, we're hoping to move forward with, which we'll go into those details soon. So the idea behind the standing committees, and a lot of the work that has gone into organizing the standing committees is it's Gregory's work. He's done a great job at really getting the ball rolling on these. So thank you, Gregory. The point of having the standing committee meetings is to get pirates talking to each other about how you do your work and what is required in terms of international support and how PPI can help out with that, the role that we play in that. And, you know, this board since December, kind of our big question, or one of our big questions that we've had, a thing that we're always trying to keep in mind when we do anything is, like, what is the purpose of PPI? What is our purpose? How can we really benefit our members in a practical way and make their membership in PPI worthwhile? And just, you know, what do people need that we can possibly help to provide? And that's a big part of standing committees. And, you know, it's been a big help to understand this through the standing committee meetings and, you know, getting people talking about specific things. And so we have 4 standing committees right now. The first one is what we call the SKUL Committee, the Standing Committee on Universal Liaison Party Labor. And this is a standing committee that focuses on inter-party cooperation and getting people from the different parties who do specific kinds of work actually talking to each other and looking at ways to collaborate. So the first SKUL meeting, the topic was IT. And the second one, the focus was on graphics and design. And so you kind of get the idea that each meeting has a specific topic, and you know, we try to get people who work in these different areas to, like, discuss with each other what their practices are. And from the SKUL meetings, actually, a couple of cool things came out of that. So at the first meeting that focused on IT, the participants came to an agreement that PPI should be providing more IT support to our members. And we talked about the idea of putting together tech packages, as we've been calling them. And we have a lot of capabilities to do this. And, you know, because one thing, especially like for new pirates, I wouldn't say only new pirate parties, even, you know, folks who maybe have been around for a while, but like could use this kind of support anyway. But a lot of people, you know, there's some things that all pirate parties need, right? And that's like a website, that's an email server, and some tools to use, like things like Mumble and Etherpad, or, you know, whatever it is that you prefer. Like, we all need our tools to do our work, right? And one thing that we agreed on was that PPI can really play a role in hooking people up with these tools that they need. And we actually already have the capability to do it. And as you guys know, we have Bastion and the tech team who are working constantly to maintain our our technical infrastructure. And actually through ISP config, which is the thing that Bastion uses to like run all of these things, with that alone, we can provide stuff like a mail server, website hosting, different tools like Etherpad and stuff like that. And like, we already have the capability to provide these things for anybody who needs them. So that was something that we learned at this meeting, is that, you know, we don't actually like really need to like change anything, or like, you know, there's nothing yeah, we already have the capability basically to do this. It's just a matter of making that known, making sure that people are aware that you can come to us for this kind of support. So this is me telling you right now, and obviously going forward, we need to communicate this. We need to make it very clear on our website and in other places how to get set up with these things. But as of right now, it's like we can tell you that we have the capability to provide basic tech support for new pirates and any pirate party that actually needs any kind of tech support. And I feel like, we can extend this to, like, if there's anything out there that anybody needs, and maybe it's not something that like our tech team is like directly familiar with, but if anybody needed any help setting any of that up or looking into different tools or whatever, like that's a thing we can help with too. I feel like this is just something that we can do anyway, even if it's not looking at like the usual tools that are already included with ISP config. I feel like any kind of advice and support that is needed, we can provide that. And yeah, like I said, it was just, it's always been there. We've always had this capability. It was just a matter of getting people talking and learning that, yes, we can actually do this. So this is a thing that's available to you guys. If you need any tech support, if you know any pirates who need tech support of any kind, talk to us, tell them to talk to us, because we can help you out with that. So another thing that came out of the Skull meetings was, so the second meeting focused on graphics and design. And there was an idea brought up at one point about a graphics vault, and the fact that pirates could use a place to share graphics fairly easily. And because this is a thing that, people always need. This is a thing that people are always working on, is graphics and, just artwork, using art to represent your movement and to promote your ideas, right? And so that's really what that's about. And so we talked about how do we go about this? How do we set up a place for people to easily share their graphics and get access to art and things that they can that everybody can use to promote whatever they want to promote. And we had some debate about how to go about it, but we agreed on Nextcloud for that. And then Gregory and Bastian set up a Nextcloud server, which there is a link to that on the board report. And everybody's welcome to register there. And you can also hook up your own Nextcloud server to ours. So it's kind of a more federated setup. And the idea was, we want to make it possible for everybody to share whatever they want pretty easily. But there's also the issue of like being able to control like who gets access to what, because you don't want anybody to just be able to walk in there and like, share porn or something, or maybe you do want that, I don't know, but I feel like that's not, probably not what we should be using this for. But anyway, so we have that. So by all means, you guys, like, hook on to Nextcloud, register for it, share stuff with each other, share your graphics. I mean, like, arguably you could use Nextcloud to share whatever you want with each other. I mean, this came from a discussion about a graphics vault, but there's no reason why you can't use that to share whatever you want. So by all means, get on there. So we've had 2 Skull meetings so far this year, and we will be having some more after this GA, and we will let you know about that. So another standing committee that was started was the Standing Committee on External Networking Engagement, or the SEEN committee. And this one focuses on public relations, things like campaigning and media work in the movement. And we learned a lot about just how you guys do this work. And we also really want to be able to provide tools for you to be able to use and hopefully make this work easier for you. So we would like to provide for you, there's 3 open source tools that have been looked at. So there's SuperDesk, which is like a press newsroom. You can use it for like creating content, publishing and distributing. It's like a place for press teams to work, basically. SocioBoard is another one, and that's a social media management software, which, I mean, we all use social media, so that, you know, this could possibly be a really helpful thing depending on how you do that work and what your needs are. We also have PeeWeeGo, which is an image bank for sharing pictures, and it's a good thing to use for, you know, if you have pictures that you want to share with the press, for example. This is a good place to store them and organize them. And, you know, if you have journalists that are contacting you during an election campaign and want to find good pictures, you know, this is a thing that you can use to store some of those and have them accessible for you whenever you need them. So we've only had one meeting of the scene committee so far, but that is what came out of that. And like I said, we learned a lot about how that work is done and how you make decisions about, you know, how to go into, like, when you're going into an election campaign, how do you decide like which issues to focus on and what your media strategy is going to be and stuff like that. So we learned a lot. It's really good. These meetings, you know, if nothing else, we learn so much about how your work is done, and you know, it gives people a chance to give each other advice and help, and it's been really good. So another standing committee that we have is the Standing Committee on Usual Requisitions of Various Yields, or the Scurvy Committee, because late stage capitalism is going to give us all scurvy eventually, right? But so this is this committee is a finances committee, basically, and we had one meeting around this that I mean, I don't know if it's like because nobody wants to talk about money or what, but we didn't get a very good turnout for this one, but it's one we're going to continue with because we feel that the discussions around like budgeting and fundraising and like membership fees and stuff like that, it's, you know, it's a good thing to talk about. It's a good thing to learn from other people on this topic. So we really hope that we can run with this one again and that we'll get a bit of a better turnout. But it's also, I mean, it's, you know, boring topic in my opinion, but you know, it's still important. So let's try and let's try and do that after this GA. And let's see, we got the Standing Committee on United Nations Bureaucratic Activities. So this is probably one of our strongest things we have going within PPI right now. This is the ECOSOC committee, and this focuses on United Nations work. So we have a very strong crew of people who are like actively participating in UN events, who are submitting statements when we get calls for them. And, you know, these folks are just, they're doing a lot of work to coordinate participation in UN events. I mean, obviously with the, like the virus situation, people have not been able to actually go physically to these events in a while, but PPI has submitted 3 statements and participated in like some different events online since December. And before the virus hit too, I think there was a couple of like physical attendees also, right? To some events in New York and in Geneva. Okay, no, it's, sorry. All events are online at the moment, yes. So there was a statement submitted for the Commission for Social Development at UNHQ in New York. There is a statement submitted for the Global Leadership Conference at UNOG, and that's in Geneva. And then there's a statement submitted for the UN High Level Conference. And every year since 2017, when we were given special consultative status with ECOSOC, PPI has submitted lots of publications and made statements at events every year since the beginning. And yeah, so that's really good work. And I believe we have some passes still for these events too. So if that's something that anybody here is interested in at any point, do let us know, because we would love to have you represent us at these events if that's a thing that you are interested in. So that's the scuba committee. Let's see. We've registered to attend the Internet Governance Forum in Poland later this year. And there is a booth registered and a workshop session on digital sovereignty as a human right. And we also registered to participate and submit a statement to the, what is that one?
The 12th Ministerial Conference of the World Trade Organization.
Oh, okay. And so I guess that's being moved until next year. But there was
it, yes.
Yeah. Don't know anything about that, but okay. So that's conferences. And so the situation with like just in general, I guess. So we are currently registered in Brussels as an NGO, PPI HQ, and so that's not for profit organization, and we are accredited with TechSoup, and yeah, okay, so this is a new part that was just added to this board report. So we got accredited with TechSoup and have access to a whole lot of rebated services for nonprofits. So including lesser fees for things like PayPal and Google Ad grants. So a few years back, there was an idea to possibly move the PPI HQ to Geneva, Switzerland, but this didn't happen. It'd be cool to hear from you guys what you think about that. But basically, so we are registered. So it might get really confusing. It's confusing for me still, but so we are registered. Our NGO is registered as a factual association in Switzerland, which comes with registering your bank account there. So we have our Post Finance account based in Switzerland. And that's because the bank account is in Belgium, as you guys know. It was frozen, and we've been trying to gain access to it, but we have not had success as of yet. And there was another thing where like we could have possibly registered with the Canton of Geneva as an NGO, which was talked about, like I said, and that can sometimes give you some funding opportunities and stuff, but we have not, as of now, figured out exactly what that entails and whether or not that's a thing to move forward on. Like I said, it would be really good to hear from our members what you guys actually think about that and whether or not that's something that you feel would be good for us to do. Let's see. Another thing is we're building a closer relationship with PPEU. So actually on May 17th, we had a joint meeting between the PPI board and the PPEU boards. It was really cool. And we just talked. We just talked about what we're up to, what we want to do, what kind of how we see our roles and how we can just support each other better. And we kind of all agreed that, like, yes, we're two international organizations that have a lot of the same desires and goals for the movement, but we also kind of are here to serve different purposes. So we kind of need to define what our individual purposes are and, what that looks like and how we actually support each other, right? And this is a discussion that's going to continue. We're going to keep having meetings between PPI and PPEU, and we're just going to keep trying to build a closer and more collaborative and mutually beneficial relationship. And You know, a lot of that is just continuing to talk, continuing to understand how we can help each other. And, you know, there was the possibility brought up of maybe PPEU becoming a PPI member, you know, among other things. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. Like I said, we got to have more discussions, but this is hopefully the beginning of what will be a very, very good, like I said, mutually beneficial relationship between PPI and PPEU. So we also, thanks to Linda and Mike, and I believe Roland helped with this, and a few others, we have a needs assessment survey that was put together, and we actually have been sending it out to you guys, like a needs assessment, kind of doubling as registration for the GA today. But the point of that is just to hear from you directly. What are your needs? What can we do? What do you see this organization providing for you? What do you want from us? And yeah, so if you have not filled that out already, I encourage you to do so, because it would be really good just to know what you want and what you need from us, and so that we can try and provide that for you. And this is something that I think we're going to put on our website so that it's always there and anybody can just go anytime and fill it out. But of course, you know, we want to get as much input from you guys as possible, and as soon as possible too, so that we can get right on stuff. But we're going to share some of our results from the needs assessment a little later. Yeah, the link is on the board report too, to the needs assessment. Lastly, so I've been talking for a while, I'm sorry. Lastly, the Think Twice conference, which was supposed to take place this year, unfortunately had to be canceled because of the COVID-19 situation. I mean, it's, you know, it just, you know, we all know what the situation has kind of created for us, right? A lot of events having to get canceled and whatnot. And it's very unfortunate, but it's, you know, it is what it is. And the important thing is that everybody's staying safe. So hopefully Think Twice will happen next year. Hopefully things will be back to normal, and we can do Think Twice among other really cool events. But I think Pirate Summer, now Gregory, is Pirate Summer still on, or is it canceled at this point?
No, it is still on, and we're actually expanding it. So it was planned as a 9 days, so a week and 2 weekends. Now we're adding a week upfront to it, so to have it currently for like almost 14 days. Of course, it depends how travel bans will be lifted, but so far it's been communicated that most European countries will lift their travel bans June 15th. And Poland have lifted the requirement for quarantine for people who arrive from other countries. So we are good hope that it is still on, of course. And in today's times, all dates, well, in the times of this COVID crisis, all dates are only like working hypothesis. So this is what we're working on right now. And so far we have about 20 something people registered from about 8 countries or something. So it is still on, and there's still space for more. And we will, of course, have a plan for hygiene and sanitary concept, how to maintain distance while working together. And this is a huge place, so we will probably not get up to 250 persons. That would be maximum capacity of the place, but only for like 50 people or something, and that would be absolutely okay to maintain distance. So it is still on.
Okay, very cool. So that brings us to the end of our board report. I think we got everything in there that needed to go in there. Does anybody have any questions about the board reports? I'm not seeing anything in the chat, nor am I seeing any raised hands. So, all right, so no questions about the board report then? Okay. Like I said, there is, it's on Discourse if you would like to go back and read it. That's totally cool. Go for it. And yeah, so that's the end of that. Let's see. What do we have next on our agenda? Finances report. So we do have Dan here for our finances report. And I can help give that as well. And so can Gregory, because our finances, like we've been kind of working away at trying to get proper access to our bank account, and it's involved sending forms back and forth across the Atlantic so that we can sign them and you know, get Gregory and I access to the account so that we can give you guys the numbers regularly. And we've been keeping Dan in the loop with that also, because Dan's our treasurer, obviously. And so the situation right now, like I said, I can just explain it because this, you know, it's been, well, yeah, I'll just explain it. So to get access to our post finance account, or like online access, so that we can go in anytime and look at the numbers and give you guys regular statements and keep that financial transparency, we didn't have access to it online. And so, you know, especially like in my case, being all the way in Canada, so like if I don't have online access, I don't have any access, right? And that's the case with Gregory too, because he's in Germany and this account is in Switzerland. So Pat, our cashier, has been like a huge help for us, just helping us get paperwork and stuff done so that we can get that online banking access and, you know, be able to like be financially transparent. So what we have now is what Gregory just held up. It looks kind of like a calculator. So this is like a token kind of thingy where for post finance. So if, you know, basically, so I'm waiting for mine in the mail. So we're having mail issues in Canada right now because of the COVID situation. I sent some forms that I signed to Gregory back in like March, and he hasn't received them. But we actually found kind of a way around this to get us access without that. And now I'm waiting in the mail for my token thingy that Gregory has, which still hasn't come to me. And I mean, I blame Canada Post for that because I know they're really backed up right now with this virus, but I have not received that. So I still have no access to the bank account, but Gregory does. And so the way that this works with these tokens, if I'm explaining it correctly, is that if all we can do right now is just look at the funds that we have and be able to provide you with the numbers, but we can't actually like release any funds or anything until I get my token. And so the way that it works is like, let's say like, you know, if we want to like release funds to, let's say Pat for his expenses for mailing us these things over the last several months, like Gregory can't just go in and release those funds. I would have to like plug in my token thingy to the thingy and like approve it. And same with vice versa. Like if I wanted to release funds for whatever reason, Gregory would have to like, you know, do something on his end for me to do that. So it's like nobody can, and honestly, like I think that this is probably a good thing personally, is that like, you know, one person can't just go and like do whatever they want with the bank account and release funds or anything. Like you need someone else to like go in and approve it and like know about it first. So personally, like that's, I don't think that's like a bad thing at all. But as of right now, so yeah, that's like the situation with our post finance
So
account.
we have read access.
Yes, we have read access to it. And right now we have in the account, if I got this number correctly, it was 29,000 and or sorry, 2,950 francs. Sorry.
Yes.
Can you imagine if we had like 29,000? That would be like we would have like we could do stuff, guys. We'd like have enough funding to like actually like do some stuff. You wouldn't have to pay membership fees anymore. We could pay you.
No. And to make clear, out of this 2,900 something, 1,500 funds from the Czech Pirate Party designated for the Think Twice conference in Prague. So we cannot spend this money on anything else. And if there is no Think Twice happening, then we will have to pay them back. So in reality, we only have about half of this 2,900.
Yeah, so we don't have a whole lot, guys, but we are figuring out this bank account thing one step at a time. So we also, as you guys know, we do, it's been mentioned, like we do have a bank account in Belgium, and that was set up when PPI was first founded. But there's, I guess in Belgium, they had some pretty like strict rules for organizations, and it was just like this huge hassle. And then, yeah, like just it ended up like not being a good situation. And then the account got blocked because no one was actually like based in Belgium, I guess. And, so they locked it, and we have had like no access to it. We've been trying to contact like people that we know in Belgium to look into this, and somebody from Belgium has been looking into this, but we have not heard anything about that, and this person hasn't responded to our attempts to contact them. So it doesn't look like we'll be getting into it anytime soon, unfortunately, but we will keep trying, and we will keep you in the loop on that. So with that, so that's our situation. And going forward, I think the next step is to send out some invoices for member fees soon. And of course, like your member fees, are voluntary. Like if you can't pay your member fee for whatever reason, just let us know. Like you're not going to lose your membership over it or anything. It's just, a formality that we have them. So we're going to send out the invoices and stuff, right? And I mean, if you can pay it, obviously, like it's a huge help, right? Because we don't have a whole lot, but if you can't, then it's also no stress. You just let us know what you can do or what you can't do, and we go from there. But my opinion is that that's the next step here, and hopefully I will get my token thingy for post finance in the mail very soon, and then we can actually, that would give us like full access to that account. So and so I mean, Dan from Brazil here is our treasurer. I mean, he hasn't been able to do much other than stay in the loop with what we're trying to do to even get access to the bank account. But you guys, over the next little while, you're going to be getting some mail from Dan with your invoices, and like I said, like you pay if you can. And yeah, I think that's it for finances. I don't know if Gregory or Dan, if you guys have anything to add, if I missed anything.
Yeah, speaking about invoices, I would add that we see that only a couple of countries have actually paid the 2019 and 2018 fees. So even that small amount, so this is just a handful of parties who are actually paying. So I'm not sure if there's a problem exist of how we distribute the invoices, or is there some other problem? But the payment morale is not very high.
Yeah. Okay. Well, with that, I'll just say again, like, if you can pay it, if you can pay your membership fee, we would love it if you did. It would be really helpful for us. But yeah. Okay. Does anybody have any questions about this, about our financial report? Keith?
I saw raised hand
Just
from
another
Mike.
comment on individual member fees. We do still have a few members receiving that are paying individual member fees, and we do need to use that outlet as well in other fundraising outlets. It's just something that we need to work on a lot better.
Yeah, well, see, this is why we need the scurvy meetings. We need people to show up to the scurvy meetings so that we can like really look at this issue, right? Because fundraising, you know, crowdsourcing, whatever, like these are things that we could probably really benefit from talking about more. So I really hope that when we schedule that scurvy meeting, that you guys will show up and we can actually like talk about this more and get some advice from you about how you manage these things, right? Because we can always like, it's like we all got to learn from each other. And yeah, so let's do that, because you know, it's not just about membership fees. It's about just how you go about this work day to day. It's a necessary part of running not only a pirate party, but an international organization. So we could, yeah, just like really benefit from learning from you guys, and you can maybe learn from some of our experiences with this as well. So I see that Desert Rolled has his hand up.
I think before Desert Troll, Michael from Germany had his hand up too.
Oh, okay. Michael, and then Desert Rolled.
I was just wanted to say over the individual membership how important that is to actually tell people that it's possible and always keep it up on the agenda, because we have a lot of individual people worldwide who are pirately interested and have no party, and it's just groups, and we should be as inclusive as possible around the world. So individual membership, if some single person, I don't care if it's a group or a single person who's interested, he must always have the ability to join us and say, okay, you have an observer status straight away. This observer status should be very, very inclusive. And it's like, if you find anybody with similar ideas to pirates, just contact them, invite them and say you have observer status, and give them a chance to be involved. And I think that's a very, very inclusive way of growing the pirate movement.
Okay, thank you. Desert Road?
Two simple questions. What's like the amount of money that we need in a year just to keep everything running and going? And the other question is, how much more money would we need to do stuff that we're actually looking to do now?
Legit questions that I don't necessarily know the answer to. So, what's that, Joe?
Yeah, so essentially a budget.
Yeah. So we have a budget for 2020 that was set up and voted on at the last GA. We'll have to get you guys a link to it, but I don't know the exact. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head right now. I mean, as far as keeping things running, I feel like a lot of that is like related to tech and costs around tech. And with that, our tech team has been really amazing, because they know that we don't have money, but they, you know, it's like they've been maintaining our tech for a long time and have not asked for any invoices, have not sent us any invoices, sorry, because they know that like we don't currently have like the funds to like pay them what that cost would be every month. So things are running out of like, because like the tech team is really amazing and they like want to keep things running for us. But yeah, this is why it's really great if people who can pay their membership fees do pay their membership fees, because then we have a little more to work with. And, you know, I mean, it would be nice to like get to a place where we could actually like, you know, pay our tech team for their work and, you know, and as far as like what we need to do things that we want to do, I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, it depends on what we want to do, right? It depends on what we want to do in the future. So who knows how much that would cost. I'm sorry that I don't have a direct answer for you right now. This is just like off the top of my head. Linda?
Thank you, Chair. What would be really good is if we would have a travel budget. We are a very digital online party, but as far as like, for example, the ECOSOC team, there are members in different countries that when COVID-19 is over, would like to actually go use their grounds passes in Vienna, Geneva, and possibly New York to present on behalf of PPI. Also, if membership parties would like to invite board members to come to events in their countries, we want to be able to do that. So there are things that if we think big, you know, like if we had 20,000 euros, we could do those kinds of things that more or less now are based on privately being funded by the people who do those kinds of things. And with the economy for everybody being what it is, it would be good if the organization will be able to pay the actual costs. So if we do have a crowdfunding, crowdsourcing, we can easily write up something that spells out what we would be using the money for, both logistically and also in terms of being present for our membership.
Thank you, Linda. Does anybody have any more questions? I'm not seeing any raised hands, and I don't see anybody in the chat saying that they have questions. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, just a note, like, you know, as your chairperson, like, I know that I'm probably coming across right now, like, I don't know what I'm talking about, or like, I'm just, you know, I don't know enough about what I'm talking about. I'm still learning how these things work myself. You know, I don't, like, I'm just an activist from Canada, right? Like, I don't have experience with like Swiss bank accounts and like the bureaucracy that goes into these things. So this is for me like a huge learning process. And you know, I mean, it's like I've had to ask like Pat and Gregory and them to like spell a lot of these things out for me in a really simple way so that I can actually understand what's going on. That's just because I have like no experience with this stuff. So I'm really just learning. And yeah, I apologize if you know, it comes across like, oh, she doesn't know, like she can't even talk about the PPI finance situation in a clear way, and she's the chair. Like, it's like I'm still learning. So I appreciate patience with me on this issue. And like I said, we will keep you in the loop with, you know, just what's going on with our bank account. Like I said, I really need to get that, like those token things in the mail on my end. And then that should, you know, we should be pretty much good to go after that. So it's just a waiting game for now. And I, as your chairperson, I will continue to like learn about these things, learn how it works, and we will do our best to make sure that there is as much transparency with our finances as possible. Because yes, it's very important. We take that very seriously, and we appreciate all of your patience on this and just in general. So, let's see what we got now. I already asked if there was questions. Nobody said anything. So I guess that means we can just move forward. So next thing we have on the agenda is I put down COA report, but I don't know if we have anybody from the COA here today. And if there's nobody here from the COA, I can give you just a little bit of a rundown on that. We don't have an actual report today, but I can tell you, like, without telling you details about the case, that the COA is working on a case right now. So they are just, they're doing their work. They will keep us in the loop with how they're doing on that, and they will absolutely be able to make that report later in the year. For now, they're still working. We also had some trouble with the emails and making sure that everybody on the COA was actually on the COA email list, which we kind of recently learned that wasn't the case. So we had to fix that, and then now they're working on their case. Linda.
Just for those who are not familiar, COA stands for Court of Arbitration.
Sorry, I should have said Court of Arbitration. I'm sorry. I'm used to just saying COA and everybody knowing what I'm talking about. So apologies for that. Yeah, so like I said, they have a case that they're working on, and they will present that a little bit later, unless we have anybody from the COA who's here that wants to talk, but I don't believe that is the case. So I set some time aside for that just in case we needed it, but yeah, it doesn't look like there's much on that. So that brings us to, so it's 12 o'clock, or it's just after 12 o'clock. So it's only been an hour. I mean, do we want to have a little break and then come back to new member applications, or do we want to just go right into new member applications? We need coffee break? All right. Okay, so let's go for a little break. So it's 10 after 12. Let's meet back here. Okay, 10 minutes. I mean, I was putting 15 minutes, but yeah, okay, 20 after. Let's meet here at 20.
No.
Oh.
50 or 5, I don't know, but come on.
10 or 15.
My only weekend.
Let's haggle.
Okay.
I'll go for 12.
12 and a half minutes.
Okay, go for it.
12 and a half minutes.
11.5.
Okay.
So 12:22.
Okay.
I have now paused recording.
Okay.
Okay, 12:22.
All right.
I've resumed recording.
Oh.
Hi, Ella.
Hi, Ella.
What's up, Ella?
Anna has to make her annual appearance at the GA. This is her, I think, her fifth, sixth GA. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's tradition.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ella's at everything.
hi.
She didn't
Oh,
like the
Ella.
attention, so stop talking about Ella.
Yes, we're recording.
Okay, so we're almost at 22 after. Give it 40 seconds. Unless, I mean, is everybody here?
Hi, Wojtek. Now for the fun part.
All right, so we are at 22 after. Hopefully everybody's back. And I think we are ready to dive into new member applications. So we have three, actually. We have one from the Pirate Party of Chile, and we also have one from Pirate Party of Japan, and as well as an application for observer membership from Brandenburg. So I think so the first to apply was Chile, so I think we should let them present first. And I believe we have Mauricio here with us. What's up, Mauricio?
Hello, how are you? Hi to all. We are expecting, so go on.
All right, awesome. Well, let's start with you guys. Do you want to just present on your application? Just whatever you feel you should tell us. No, I mean, so we do have their everything that they had to submit as part of the membership application. It's on the discourse there in the section called New Member Applications. All of the information is there. So you can go and look at it if you'd like. But otherwise, I'm just going to pass it off to Mauricio and our Chilean pirates. And yeah, take it away.
Well, we start as a group, a political group, a few years ago, and we are working slowly. And at the last 3 years, we start to work more with more energy and participating with another political group here in Chile. We work together with a group of political parties and movement who has some parliamentaries, and this group broke, and we continue alone and working with another groups. In this last 6 months, maybe Chile has a lot of movement because we're trying to change our constitution, and the government respond with a lot of repression with the force of the police and the army. So we are having a lot of trouble with democracy and human rights issues. And in this sense, the work of our party was focused on these issues. And beside that, we are trying to connect more closely with the pirate parties and Pirate Party International to collaborate and work together and try to start or reinforce the pirate parties here in Latin America. So we're trying to improve the net and work with all of us. I think this is the more important things we can say.
All right, excellent. Thanks, Mauricio. So I see Vojta has his hand up. This is our time for questions. If you have any questions for Mauricio and our Chilean pirate friends, now is the time to ask. But first, I'm going to let Vojta speak.
Okay, I have just a question or several questions. If I followed you correctly, you have some elected officials or working with some elected officials? 1, 2, how many members do you have? And 3, in what capacity are you officially established, either as an organization or as a political party? Thank you.
We are working to legalize the party, so we are not official yet. In Chile, the law asks to the parties have a lot of signs, a percent of the voting in an election. So it's really hard. But we're trying to start with this process. About the member of the party, we have around 100, but the people who are more active are around 60 or 17. In a country that is very long, we have 15 regions. So we have some groups more little and another with more than 30 people. And the capacities that you already established as a political party. We have worked with some parliamentaries in the country because we were working in this group of parties, but it's not too much. We are not a big force here, but we are growing and we are getting to know the pirate party movement here. So we can we can call for a big manifestation or something like that, but we are working with a lot of little forces in the country. I think that's maybe what can I say. I don't know if Fernando Molina is here too. Maybe he can talk something else. Can you add something, Fernando?
Yeah, hi to everyone. Yeah, the last years we have a work with some parliamentary members of the Congress, but that work stopped when the coalition we were participating broke up because of the situation in Chile since October. So right now we are regrouping with another political parties. We are working with 2 groups, one for the change of the constitution, the immediate political discussion, and with another group of parties in formation. In Chile, the law is very hard to make the legalization. You need to start with 100 members and sign the act of starting, and then you have 270 days to gather in 3 regions at least 500 members, but in 3 regions that near or 5 in the whole country. And for the distribution of the population in Chile, it's very hard. In the capital, you need like 6,000 signatures, not online signatures, so more harder. And in Chile, the political participation is very bad viewing. You know, it's very hard to commit people to participate, to enroll in a political party. So it's a very, very hard things to do. Now with the constitution debate in Chile, we hope to have a leverage with for that, but it's still trying and trying. About the members, in our registry we have 300 registered, but active we have like 70. The next week we have our PiratCon, our General Assembly. So we are making amendments to our status. We are making an update and simplifying some things to make more to working with better, because like Mauricio said, the country, I don't know if you know Chile, but Chile is very long and narrow, so it's very hard to work with the realities of the north, with the center, in the capital and the south, and that is an issue that we have to make more viable to work. I don't know if anyone have any other question.
Any other questions for the Chilean pirates before we vote?
Yes, me. Good evening. Good evening. No, it's good morning to Chile, and it's very early morning, I think. Yeah. Do you expect any help from us? Does the Party International can help you in any way?
Yes, but more than help, we want to collaborate and work together. We think we can get an international net to work in several issues like democracy, human rights, poverty, and of course we expect some help in the elections campaign or something like that with graph or these matters, but we think we can build a very strong pirate movement around the world, and that's what we want to stay here.
Yeah, in that regard, here the pirate movement is not known at all. We have, when the press came to us, they say, your party is a joke. And we said, no, we have an international movement. And when they started to search about, for example, the Pirate Party International, the PPI, they said, oh, wow, you're real. We thought you are a joke. And was, no, we are real. We are in Europe. It's very, they have a representation. We want to go there. And and we think that be a member of the PPI it's a step closer to that. Like Mauricio said, it's not like only like to join, but to collaborate with you. When we were in last year in October, when the nasty things starting going on in with the human rights issues at all, we really would like to be a member at that time to have more voice about denouncing the stuff what's going on here in Chile. So it's all about collaborating more than just to be a member. Of course, we have a leverage because we are an official member of the organization at all, but it's about that for us at least.
Cool. Why does everyone think pirates are the joke party? I feel like that's really common in a lot of places. But anyway, Vojta, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I have one more silly question. With ordinary membership of the Pirate Parties International, there is some like little expectancy that you are able to pay or are willing to pay some sort of membership fee to the Pirate Parties International. Are you in any way prepared to do that, or do you count? Do you don't count with it?
Yes, we can pay some fee. It's not a hard barrier. We want to be an ordinary member. We want to be part of the movement and assume the responsibilities that demand.
Cool. Any other questions? I'm not seeing anything. I mean, yeah, like the membership fee. I mean, we can look at that. I mean, the fact that you guys aren't registered or anything, like I feel like the membership fee is going to be really low, but you know, we can look at that, and yeah, that's a thing that we can look at after. But it'll be a pretty low fee, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, any other questions?
I have a question.
Yep.
From the description, the Pirate Party Chile is not yet a political party, but you have a very, very high similarities with the pirates in India at the moment. They're also like a group of nearing 100 members and trying to get politically involved and growing. And they've done like, is it possible in Chile to do like regional parliaments and becoming like a mayor or doing elections for mayor if you're not a party?
I will read the path to understand better the answer, the question, sorry. In Chile, we have just one parliament. We don't have regional parliament. So, but the political parties could be national or regional. To be regional, you have to be in 3 of our regions. But all the political is national and is very concentrated in the capital. Let me read. And there's a lot of movement that are not legal parties who has some parliament. There's several in this way, but because the coalition. So you have in a coalition we have 1 or 2 legal party, and then there's a lot of movements that not are legal parties. So we can join to this group and participate in the elections with them. I don't know if that answered the question. Maybe Fernando can say say something more?
Yeah, we don't have like we are not a federated country, so we only have one central state. You have the Congress, the Senate, and to postulate to that positions, you have to be a legal party or gather firms to independent postulation, and that's like the same numbers we were talking in the capital, 6,000 firms to endorse the postulation. In a lower level, like mayors and city councils, you have a more lower need to gather firms. We are working with we have a council member of the one I don't have the word right now, in San Miguel in Santiago, working with us, but we are trying to grow in that level at least at first, because it's more easy for us to gather the signatures, but when we try to aim to the parliament, it's very, very more harder, and we need at the moment at least, we need to make part of a coalition of political parties to has the possibility to have at least one man in the ballot, and then getting the votes.
Yes, do you have like some of your membership do they have seats in local councils? Or do you? It's like in India they did like a mayor election with a single person to get noticed in the country. So and you don't have to be a political party to do this. That could be an individual person.
Yeah, in the level of city, mayor and city councils, you have a more easy line to enter and compete. We are working with one. He presents itself like an independent, but he participating with us in San Miguel, like I said, and we have another one who was a city mayor delegate in Valparaiso in the 5th region in the port, but because of some political struggle, he was fired because that position was not elected, but delegated of the mayor that we have support, and when political things happens, the struggles and that stuff. But we are in that level, and trying to in the current situation, we are in that level in trying to get at least a seat in a city council, and trying to make some viable position. I hope our next target it will be a mayor, but we think that in 1 and 2 more political phases, periods, we could make it. We hope, at least, in San Miguel. I'm from there, by the way.
Super cool. Any other questions? Not seeing any. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for your presentation and for applying to become members. Oh, Mike, what's up?
I wrote everything down. I would just ask the gentleman from Chile if they can check it later, if it's okay, because not everything was easily to be understood.
Okay. All right. So Chilean guys, make sure you look at the minutes and just make sure that everything that was written about your presentation is accurate. Okay. Doesn't have to be right now, but just when you're able to. Very cool. So again, thank you. I don't see any more hands raised or anything. So why don't we go ahead and vote? So I will, just like at the beginning when we did our roll call, I will just go through, I'll go down the list of countries that we have. I also noticed that Carlos joined us. So we have Switzerland with us now. Welcome, Switzerland.
Yes,
it's good to have you.
we are here. We are here. Sorry for being late, but family-wise must be taken before. I'm very sorry to all of you, but now we are here. Thank you.
Glad to have you. Awesome. So let's just make sure Switzerland gets added to the list now. And all right. So like I said, I'm just going to go down the list like I did before. And if you could just verbalize yes or no or abstain. Our question, our motion here is, do we accept the Pirate Party of Chile as an ordinary member of PPI? So we'll start with the Pirate Party of Austria.
Yes.
Brazil.
Yes.
Czech Republic.
Yes.
France.
Abstain.
Germany.
Yes.
Hungary. Pirate Party Hungary. Are you still here? Oh, yep, still here.
You're muted. You need to unmute yourself if you try to speak.
Yes.
You say yes? Okay. Oh, sorry, guys, hang on. Italy.
Yes.
Israel.
Yes.
Netherlands. Netherlands. Yes. Netherlands says yes. He wrote in the chat. New Zealand Internet Party.
Yes.
Norway.
Yes.
Poland.
Yes.
Slovakia.
Yes.
And Switzerland.
Of course, bienvenidos.
Yay!
Thank you.
So the application has gone through. Pirate Party of Chile, welcome. You are now members of PPI. Yay!
Wow.
So if
Well,
I'm not
thanks a
mistaken,
lot.
sorry, go ahead.
No, thanks a lot. See you on the Pirate Beer.
Yeah. See you at Pirate Beer. I mean, we got a lot to do before Pirate Beer, but yes, still see you at Pirate Beer. So if I'm not mistaken, that means that you can now vote as an ordinary member for the rest of the GA and for all GAs going forward. So from now on, Pirate Party of Chile will be added to the list of voting members. So let's just make sure we get them in there. And yes, awesome. Vojta, what's up?
I would propose that we would add the new members to the list after the point of accepting new members. So
okay, all right.
We can establish the quorum afterwards.
Okay.
So their order doesn't mess anything.
Okay. Does that sound reasonable, guys? After we accept all the new members, Dan, do you have your hand up?
Yes, no, just saying welcome Chile, count on us of Brazil, and we have to thank you because Chilean people has been an inspiration for all the South America at least, because they are passing through some radical times. So welcome.
Yay!
Thanks.
Second the proposition to put all the votes at the end. In that way we could move forward. What do you think?
Could you repeat that, Carlos?
It was a proposition to put all the votes of the new members to the end.
Yes.
So we keep going with the new members that could be.
Okay, yeah. So new members today will have voting rights after all of the new members have, like, after we've gone through all the new member applications. I understood that correctly? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, just clarifying. All right, so Chile, yes, you do have voting rights at this GA. It's just that's gonna kick in after we're done these new member applications. So, all right, very good. So next we have the Pirate Party of Japan. So do we have anybody here from the Pirate Party of Japan? I don't think we do. Keith?
So yeah, I can just we received the application that is in the discourse that is, I believe, an identical application to what they sent us in 2015. And it was sent by Hideta Suzawa, who is our chair. Everyone knows we also have another Pirate Party of Japan, or Japanese Pirate Party. They have a slight difference in how they name themselves in Japanese. But they do not get along, these two parties. That is a known issue we've known about for a while. But the party that is applying right now is an active party. Put their Facebook on the minutes, but they have video recorded meetings, and I've participated in them, and they have an office in Tokyo. They participate in elections, but not as the name the Pirate Party, and that has been due to a legal issue that's been ongoing with the other group that does not run in elections. They both call themselves a Pirate Party, and I will leave that as the representation.
Okay. So we don't have anybody from the Pirate Party of Japan here with us. So if anybody has any questions, I see Carlos, you have your hand up. Desert World has his hand up too. We'll ask questions, and we'll see if Keith is able to answer those questions. All right. So we'll start with Carlos and then Roland.
It would be nice to have contact with one of them, that only maybe if it's in a telephonical way, that could be more, give some more impression about the candidature, I think. This is my point of view.
I would just bring up the other issue, that language is going to be a problem, that really no one in the party has good English.
Okay. No worries. Okay, Roland and then Gregory.
So if I understood that right, there will be then two Pirate Parties of Japan who are not getting along, and what's the presumption of how our actual member that we have now will perceive this? Will they be, pissed at us, or don't even exist anymore? What's going to come from this?
I will share my personal experience of having gone to Japan and trying to be active in both parties, to go to their meetings and to speak with them. And I've received communication consistently from the member party that has basically written me a lot of mails, but never enabled me to, or told me about any meetings. And they don't seem to be very active, at least in a public sense. The other party is the opposite, where they've invited me consistently on a monthly basis almost to events they do, and they record everything on YouTube, and everything's very transparent. So they're kind of night and day when it comes to how they operate. I don't really know much about the member party that is with us, other than the emails that I've received from one of their members, and I don't know of any other members. I only have contact with one person. There was Chin, who was a board member of ours in Pirate Parties International at one point, was from the other Pirate Party, but since I've had no contact with her since about 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay.
All right. So Gregory and then Roland.
Yes. As far as I recall, what was happening back in, was it 2015 or was it even before that? we have received an application from Hideto Suzawa back then, so it's the same party that is applying today. But afterwards, we put the documents submitted in the wiki, and afterwards there have been changes in the wiki to the applications, namely like there have been change of contact, change of some documents, and so, and in the end we had somebody actually visiting the General Assembly in Paris, and it turns out that it was the other pirate party of Japan, and they basically hijacked the application of the pirate party where Hideto Suzawa is a chairman. So I'm not sure who they actually admitted back in Paris as a member, because this debatably is this if it is another pirate party, they may be applied too late. If it is the original application of Hideto Suzawa, then they are a member. What I have questions about is you just put half an hour ago application in the discourse, and I think it was the old application, like from 2015, and it have links to the website and email addresses going to piratepartyjapan.org. And if I open this website, it is clearly not a pirate party website, but something that's advertising yoga pants. Say it that way. So I see that the Facebook page is active and true, but do you know more about Keith? Do you know more about their actual like status? Do they have another website somewhere, or is it?
I can answer that pretty succinctly. They manage. They probably let their website run over. They do all their activities basically in YouTube and on Facebook, and I can find their YouTube channel for you as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Roland, and then Linda.
Do we know why you're not getting along?
I think because the other party hijacked the application, there's some kind of animosities about that.
But this can't be the only thing, right?
Okay. All right, Linda.
I remember we had a meeting where both representatives from both parties had been present. I think it was in Warsaw, and they had been shouting at each other. But then they told us that was a normal thing in Japanese politics. So.
Yes.
I can just.
There, am I recognized? I think it was my turn to speak.
Yes, it's your turn to speak. It's Linda and then Marco. And Roland, do you still have your hand up? Okay. All right, Linda and then Marco.
Excellent. I have two concerns. One is that they're not present today to present their application. And my second concern is if they're not able to work with spoken and written English, how can they participate in any meaningful way in PPI? Those are my two concerns.
Okay. Marco?
Yeah, I have actually, I tried to go through the documents, etc. It seems like it's a bit cloudy, to say the least. Also, one thing that I didn't understand, sorry, Gregory, it was a bit, I mean, I saw that in the application, the contact is Yota Shimazaki, that if I'm not wrong, was the contact of the other Japanese pirate party. So actually, is he a member of the new pirate party, or what is this? I mean, this application doesn't look really, how can I say, regular according to our rules. It's almost cryptical, I would say.
Okay. Carlos.
Actually, I think that given all the insecurities that we have about this case, we should pass to the next one. I don't know, what do you think?
Okay. Does anybody, oh, Linda?
I propose that we postpone voting on their membership until the next GA when they can be present to answer questions and provide us with more accurate data on their application. Or do we have to vote? I'm not sure.
Gregory?
No, we do not have to vote. We can vote to postpone them, or we can just decide to do that. We did it in the past already with some applicants, so it would not be the first time.
Okay. Keith, did you want to respond to anything here?
I mean, I can't represent them entirely, so I leave that to all of you to decide. I can just say one thing. I've consistently tried to see who is the pirate party working in Japan, and I have had a lot of contact with this party. The two groups are kind of night and day. One group is a secret hacker society, apparently, that does not have any public presence, and the other group is this. And okay, I'll let you all decide.
Ellis, have fun.
Sorry, it's very interesting what Kate says, because it sounds as in some way these people is working for our our cause in some way. Maybe we could just vote and leave this in a condition that someone must to face and come to one board and give a face about the fact that they exist. Because today we have application, we have Kate feelings that sounds very good, but we would like to have a little bit more. And that's the point. We could maybe accept that they become part of the PPI, but at the end of the day, the point is that we would like someone that can represent them for the following of the PPI.
Okay. Linda?
Yeah, I formally put forward a motion to postpone. I really feel we need to have them present to answer questions. And to be extremely honest, it doesn't show a lot of interest when they don't show up for something this important. So just to give them the benefit of the doubt, I officially motion that we postpone the vote until next GA.
Okay. Bastian, did you have your hand up there?
Yes, I did. Maybe it's a proposal to keep them on board, that we accept them as an observer member. So we have no problem with the quorum and so on. Thank you.
I second the option of Bastian.
Okay. Wojta? You're muted.
Sorry. First of all, I think it would be better to postpone them until they are present on the GA than to postpone them to the next assembly. I think it would be more fitting. And second of all, if they didn't apply for observer membership, I'm not sure we can accept them as observer members.
Right.
Good point.
Okay. All right, so I'm hearing a couple of things here. So I'm hearing that we should either postpone the application altogether and vote on it next time, and then in the meantime, try and make some contact and ask for more information, ask somebody to attend the next GA and, hopefully be able to speak on their application. There's also a proposal to maybe accept them as observer members. However, they have not actually applied for observer membership. So it would be kind of, maybe not appropriate to go ahead and do that. I see Marco has his hand up, and then Wojta also has his hand up. We'll start with Marco.
I just would like to read the part of the statutes. In Article 3, Paragraph 4, the General Assembly is authorized to grant, as at its own discretion, the applicant one of the following member statutes. ordinary member, observer member, supporting member. So yeah, we are entitled to give them whatever status we deem appropriate.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's cool. So we know that that's an option if we want to do that.
So I go again for the proportion of Bastian. We could give to them to keep it on board, taking into account the information that Keith is giving to us, keeping on board as observer members, and make to them a call for the next AG, proposing to them to be present if they want to have a right membership as a part of the club. What do you think?
Okay. Linda?
I am assuming Vojta seconded my motion to postpone, in which case we have two conflicting motions and we need to vote so that we can formally decide if we postpone or if we grant observer status.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a point as well. And
oh, Nikki, you gotta put your hand up. All right, I gotta call you.
I put my thumbs up all the time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I missed it. Okay. If it was already up, okay, we'll go Mickey, and then I saw Bastian also has his hand up.
I would actually go for one party of Japan is a full member. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, I would actually, due to lack of communication, reduce this membership to observer and put the new pirate party on observer status and give them a chance in this next year to communicate with us.
Okay, so we have Bastian and then Marco and then Vojta and then Kyle. Bastian?
Yeah, that's what I said. Gives him the opportunity to be on board. It makes no problem with an observer member, and we can make a straw poll about we accept them as observer member or we postpone that. And I ask for a straw poll for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bastian. Marco?
Yeah, I just wanted two remarks. One is actually modifying the status of the already ordinary member of Pirate Party of Japan. I think it's something that should be weighted carefully, so we could talk about this in the next GA. And another one is I see that we have two options on the table, so I wanted to ask if any member is objecting to the fact that the option of granting them ordinary member status is off the table. So if the options are just postpone or grant them observer member, or if any member still consider giving them ordinary member status. Thank you.
Okay. Vojta?
Regarding the proposal to change the status of the other member from Japan, I would gladly reduce membership of like 10 parties to only observer membership, but we don't have the power. The power is vested in the Court of Arbitration, maybe, and so we can't do that. I think it's okay to accept this application as observer member, but I'm not. We need to do either straw poll if we first postpone and then vote on the membership, or we need to, I don't know, somehow decide between those two. Thank you.
Okay, Cal, I saw that you had your hand up a few minutes ago. Did you still want to speak?
No, just want to say that it's very interesting, this proposal to make both Pirate Parties of Japan observer members.
Okay. Roland?
So as I see it, we have the one motion to postpone, and we have the other idea, which could be a counter motion to vote on a status, either it be observer or full membership. Is that correct?
Yeah. Wojta?
I would say the original proposal is to accept them as full members. I would say that there is a procedural proposal to postpone, and there is counter proposal to accept them as observer members. So as I see it, the ideal procedure thing how to do it would be first to vote on the postponement. If the postponement does not pass, then vote on the observer membership. And if the observer membership does not pass, vote on the full membership. And if that does pass, the vote is obsolete. Or we can do some straw poll for different order of the votes, but I think this is the base.
Okay, Roland?
Yeah, I just would set up postpone and grant some form of status to be a counter proposal, and then we vote separately on if it's observer or full membership. It's like what I would think would be the right thing to do.
I think in another way, sorry about that. Just to get it shared and make only one votation, we could mix both of them. We vote on postpone and give observer rights.
Can we do that? I see Linda has her hand up.
Yeah, my motion is purely to postpone and not to postpone and at the same time in the same motion grant an observer statusship. Can I propose, since we're 15 minutes into the break, that we take a break so everybody can think this through, and then we come back at whatever time the chair deems appropriate and make a decision, or do you want to just get this done? You want to get it done? Thank you.
Yeah, well, we were ahead of schedule earlier when we took our break. Technically, our first break would have happened about now, but we were ahead of schedule, which is why we took our break a little early. I mean, if anybody, like you guys, like, you know, that if any point, like it's, you know, if things are getting to be too much and you feel like we need a break that isn't necessarily scheduled, anybody can like suggest that, absolutely. But we've been here for less than an hour, so I'm assuming everybody's still okay for now. But you know that if it's ever too much, you just have to let us know. Bastion.
Yeah, I made this procedure motion. It overrules every other decisions to make a straw poll between these three options: to postpone, to call for an observer member, or to call for ordinary member. And then we decide the straw poll, and the straw poll will show us upon we have to vote. That's very easy and very easy procedure. So we can do it very quickly, and after that we can make a break. Thank you.
Okay. Were you going to say something, Wojta?
I would second that, but it's not required, so I'm just okay. I don't think this procedure is easy, but it is doable, so go for it.
Yeah. This is all very confusing for me. Okay, so help me out here, guys. So what, first step. Greg?
Yeah, it's a procedural motion for straw poll. And the first step, you read out the line 380 in the minutes, what the straw poll is about, and then you call the parties alphabetically, and then we see what the result of the straw poll is. And it's not binding, it's a straw poll.
Yeah, okay, all right. I don't think I've ever like seen this happen in a GA, but all right, okay. So I'm just gonna go down the list. I'll call yous and you answer as always, all right? So do you prefer?
Sorry.
Oh, what's up?
So what are we voting on exactly now?
I was just about to say, so do you prefer to grant, oh, we got some feedback there. Everything good? All right, so do we prefer to grant the Pirate Party of Japan observer membership, or would we like to postpone this decision or grant ordinary membership today? So you got the three options there. And you can pick, can you do more than one option in one of these? Like if you're okay with like, no, you just have to pick one. All right. So I'll just go down.
Bailey, can I just say, we've agreed that we would start with whether or not my motion will carry as far as postponing it. If it falls, then we move to the second motion.
Sorry, apologies. I try to help here. So this was a procedural motion from Bastian, and procedural motion needs to be executed quite fast. And then we can, after we handle the procedural motion, which is not binding, it's just a straw poll, it's not a voting, it's an opinion, collecting opinion from the audience. After we're done with that, we can carry on with the actual voting, and then we can take into account whatever you propose.
Okay. All right, so if everybody's good, let's see here. All right, so I'm just gonna go down the list and you tell me, all right? Pirate Party Austria.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. What are we voting for now? And how are we voting? Are we voting which of the three options we would prefer, or what's going on now?
Yep.
Sorry, Linda,
Yeah,
if I
thank you.
just answer to, if I understood very well, now we are doing a collection of opinion, and after that we will go for vote.
Yes.
Yep.
It's a straw poll, it's not a vote.
Yeah. Okay, Austria.
One observer.
Brazil.
One.
Czech Republic.
Observer.
France.
Postpone.
Germany.
Observer member.
Hungary.
Abstinent.
Italy.
Observer.
Israel.
Israel also observer.
Netherlands. Observer. New Zealand.
Observer.
Norway.
Postpone.
Poland. You there, Poland? Poland. Where is our Polish delegate?
I think they're absent at the moment.
Okay. All right. Slovakia.
Observer.
Switzerland.
Observer.
All right. So looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 in favor of the first option, which is granting observer membership. And then we have 2 in favor of postponing this decision. We have 1 abstention. And we have 1 delegate, like just not present right now. So it looks like, it's the most popular option here is, looks like most people would like to grant observer membership.
So let's vote on that.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
second the motion to vote for it.
All right, let's go ahead and vote then. Let's see, we just got to get our new list here. All right. All right, you know how to do it. So Austria.
Observer.
Oh, okay. So sorry, I should have read this out first. So what we're voting on now is, do we want to accept the Pirate Party of Japan as an observer member of PPI? All right.
It's a yes, no, abstain question.
Yeah. Yep. So Austria. So that's a yes. What?
Yes, they say yes, observer.
Okay, thought so. Brazil. You there, Dan?
My internet fault. We are voting, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
All right. Czech Republic.
Sorry, yes.
France.
Abstain.
Germany.
Yes.
Hungary.
Abstain.
Italy.
Yes.
Israel.
Yes.
Netherlands.
Yes. The chat.
Yep, I just saw. Norway? Or sorry, New Zealand.
You got that, yes.
Joe?
Joe?
Am I muted or am I here? I see.
Oh, we can hear you now.
Sorry, maybe I'm quiet.
No worries. What's your vote?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Norway.
No.
Poland? Oh wait, our Polish delegate is maybe he's back. Poland, are you here? No, still away. All right. Slovakia?
Yes.
Switzerland?
Yes.
All right, let's see. So we have, this motion has passed and the Pirate Party of Japan is now an observer member of PPI. Yay, and in the meantime, we can, we can keep contact with them and try and ask for like some more information, try and ask them to attend the next General Assembly. And, maybe we'll be able to move forward in the future with with ordinary membership. So very cool. And we have one more application to vote on, and that is the Piratenpartei Brandenburg, and we have Bastian here. So their application is, okay, Mike?
Just quickly that writing the discussion down for this approval of the Japanese was also a bitch. So if anybody reads it and something's missing, just add it in.
Yep, no worries. No worries. You're doing great. Thank you to our note takers. You guys are amazing. Okay, so we have Piratenpartei Brandenburg. We got Bastian here. So the application, so we really should have gotten it up on the wiki, but that didn't happen. So what I did was there's a link on the discourse there in the new member application section where you can just like easily download like the application that they sent in to us. So that's available to you, but I'm going to pass it off to Bastian and he can give us a little presentation.
Hey, here we are. We are part of Pirate Party of Germany. We are a local organization in Brandenburg. And so it's easy to follow us and we should follow you. We should give us the opportunity to spread up the pirate movement, and that's all. Everything, even the private things, are in our application form. So read it very carefully, and that's it. I will be short today because we are running out of time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bastian. So they're applying for observer membership. Does anybody have any questions for Bastian? No, not seeing anyone here. Oh, Linda?
Yeah, I just want to mention that they were just granted observer status at the PPEU last weekend.
Yes.
So can we vote now?
Yep. If there's no questions, we can go ahead and vote. All right. So, do we want to accept the Piratenpartei Brandenburg as an observer member of PPI? Austria?
Abstains.
Brazil?
Yes.
Czech Republic?
Yes.
France?
No.
Germany?
Yes.
Hungary?
Abstinence.
Italy?
Yes.
Israel? Oh, yes.
Israel, yes.
Netherlands?
It was just on the chat.
Yes. Yep. New Zealand?
Yes.
Norway?
Yes.
Poland? Poland, are you here yet? I don't want to just like forget about them, you know, they might be back. But okay. All right. Poland, I don't think you're here. All right. So they're not going to vote. Slovakia?
Yes.
Switzerland?
Yes.
All right. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's 10 yeses that I'm counting. And then 2 abstentions, 1 no, and oh, sorry, getting my numbers wrong here. Yeah, so all right, so it passes. So Piratenpartei Brandenburg, you are now an observer member of PPI. Welcome.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Bastian.
Congratulations.
Yay.
Vi gratulerar dir.
Awesome. Sounds good, guys. All right. So that brings us to the end of the new member applications. So I am going to suggest, because we did, you know, that did take a little while. Before we go into statute amendments, we are making good time, by the way. We are just a little bit ahead of schedule. We have 2 options at this point. We can go ahead and we can go right into statute amendments, or we can take a little break, a little 15-minute break like before. What do you guys think? I'm thinking break because that did take a little while. So if nobody objects, we're going to take...
I have a question. Do we have like time for slightly larger break at some point for like people to take some nourishment?
Yes, actually. So between statute amendments and motions, we have a 30-minute break scheduled. And I mean, again, like you guys, like if anybody here has any suggestions, if there's, you know, if you feel like you need longer break.
Can we like take the 30-minute breaks now, and so we can after that like proceed?
Second.
And so that will allow me also to go and let Etienne take the next steps.
Okay, I mean, we can do that. So I put the longer break between statutes and motions because I thought that like these are the two heaviest things. So I thought that maybe a longer break in between would be like a really good thing. But if you guys would rather take the longer break now, like I don't think that that's a problem. So it's really up to you, however you want to do this.
Okay, we go for 30 minutes break.
30 minutes break? Yeah, does anybody object to having our 30-minute break now? I'm not hearing anything.
Okay, so what time we can go back?
Okay, so it is 13:30 now. Why don't we come back at 1400 hours then? So that's 30 minutes from now. We'll come back and we'll dive into the fun stuff. And
I am
after
pausing recording.
okay. All right, see y'all in 30.
Yeah.
Get some food. Take a little nap, whatever.
So what
Hey,
is the
I
time?
gotta actually run. So I may be a little bit late getting back.
Okay, no worries.
Okay.
We have holidays and the shop's gonna be closed for 3 days. So I only have half an hour to get to the store and back again. See you soon.
Okay. See you soon, Linda.
Good
You,
luck.
Linda. Thank
Don't
you.
break a leg.
Don't run too fast.
I'll try not to, guys. You know me, I'm a bunny.
And I'm gonna move my setup outside.
I go eat a sandwich.
Midnight's next for me. Almost midnight.
a third of our members and everything present.
Okay, thank you, Wojciech. So I take this as a procedural motion for reestablishing the quorum. So let me copy paste the table, or somebody, I do it from the beginning, so we can reassess the quorum. And here we are. Okay. And please get, well, we can, so Pirate Party of Austria.
Present.
Present. Pirate Party of Belarus. Absent. Pirate Party of Belgium. Absent. Pirate Party of Brazil.
Present.
Pirate Party of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Absent. Pirate Party of Bulgaria. Absent. Pirate Party of Catalonia. Absent. Pirate Party of Chile.
Present.
Hey, welcome Pirate Party of Chile. Pirate Party of the Czech Republic.
Here.
Present. Pirate Party of Estonia. Absent. Pirate Party of France.
Present.
Present. Pirate Party of Germany.
Present.
Present. Pirate Party of Greece. Absent. Pirate Party of Hungary.
Present.
I see a double even. Okay. Pirate Party of Italy.
Present.
Pirate Party of Israel.
Here.
Pirate Party of Japan. Absent. Pirate Party of Kazakhstan. Absent. Pirate Party of Korea. Absent. Pirate Party of Latvia. Absent. Pirate Party of Luxembourg. Absent. Pirate Party of Morocco. Absent. Pirate Party of the Netherlands. I see a present in the chat. Pirate Party of New Zealand. Absent. Pirate Internet Party of New Zealand.
Yes.
Yes, present. Pirate Party of Norway.
Yes.
Thank you. Pirate Party of Poland. They are absent. Pirate Party of Portugal. Absent. Pirate Party of Romania. Absent. Pirate Party of Russia. Absent. Pirate Party of the old Pirate Party of Slovakia. Absent. The new Pirate Party of Slovakia with a dash.
Yes.
Present. The Pirate Party of Slovenia. Absent. The Pirate Party of Spain. Absent. The Pirate Party of Switzerland. Do we have them?
Carlos is down there, but not at the computer, probably.
Currently not, right? Okay, so currently they're absent. So Pirate Party of Tunisia, absent. Pirate Party of Turkey, absent. And Pirate Party of Ukraine is absent as well. So to summarize, since we have admitted new member, I guess our quorum is now slightly higher, right? Now it's exactly 12.
We need 12 votes to be present and 13 members.
Oh, yes. So we need, oh, why is not typing? We need 12 votes from 14 members.
13.
13, sorry. Okay. So how many do we have? Can somebody?
I counted 12 and a half.
Okay.
That's correct. I might have made a mistake there, though.
So let's check again.
I've counted 13 members and 12 votes, actually.
So did I.
So 12 votes?
12 votes. We have 2 half votes, one from Slovakia and one from New Zealand.
The quorum is established, right?
Yes, barely.
Okay, good. So quorum
Hopefully
is
Switzerland or somebody will join.
Yeah. I'm sure Switzerland will be back soon.
We hope so.
Yeah.
Also, France could reappear again.
France is here.
Oh, sorry, Poland.
Poland.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So, but we have a quorum, so very good. So I open. So as I said, so we have received several motions for amending or changing the statutes, and they are listed in the order that we have received them. So I would suggest that first we, since I understand that many of them want to change similar things or similar paragraphs, I would suggest that we first introduce all of them and then can go into the voting session after we figured out if any of them are still pertained or modified or whatever. I saw a technical remark from Etienne.
Yes, thank you. I've been reading all those proposals since several weeks. First, I need to tell you that the motion suspension of the normal functioning is down because we replaced it with setting up a permanent assembly. And I think that it's pretty clear that the setting up a permanent assembly and voting week are two concurrent motion, and the motion clearer composition and election of the board is in concurrence with an amendment that is proposed for the motion setting up a permanent general assembly.
Thank you. So for the technical reasons, so the motion suspension of the normal functioning is retracted by by the Pirate Party of France. Is anybody wants to take it over? I don't see so. So this motion is withdrawn. Thank you. So we still have a lot of others. So my suggestion was still to talk about all of them together or after each other and then come to voting in the end. Wojtek?
If we will talk all of them, I think we should have first really short introductions and then delve into one of them in deeper level, because if we would do all of them like extensively, we will be here for, I don't know, 10 hours or something.
We don't have the time for 10 hours. Thank you. Yeah, so maybe that better. Okay, so first short introduction, and then we vote in concurrent blocks. The motion that are concurrent we will handle together. Okay, so the floor is open for people who have put up motions. So first would be, I think, this is setting up a permanent assembly.
This motion it has for purpose to set up a structure and more democratic and more accessible way to progress within PPI functioning. So the purpose here is to allow the PPI to adopt a rhythm that separates the construction of the motions, the debates, and the vote. So this structure allow enlightened decision. So decisions are taken by a permanent assembly composed with all members of PPI. There is no big change here. This assembly shall offer a way of more more participation from member and a way for more effective direct democracy. So in a really quick summary, the purpose is this motion is in two parts. There is the statutes aspect and the rule of procedure aspect. But like the rule of procedure are not a statutory motion, they are a little bit behind on the agenda today. So the purpose of this motion is just to set up the principle of sessions, which means that we will have a calendar with a several number of sessions for the year. So the purpose is that we have clear dates for submitting motion and that we know for a year in advance. Like that, we can organize a little bit better our work. There is also new competencies for the board in order to handle this new functioning. And there is some little details like the membership register that it's now included in the board competencies in a more clear way, and the concentration of all the article concerning PPI headquarters in the article concerning PPI headquarters. So there is several amendments. Most of them are proposed by Czech Spirit Party, and we agree with all of them, but we have decided to go through each of them for the vote if it's possible. And I submitted the last amendment just for transitory quick rules. It's just to have a smooth transition between our current statutes and the new one. So if you have questions.
Anybody have questions to the motion here?
As it is a short introduction, not at the moment.
Okay, not at the moment. Okay, so the next one is the voting week, right?
Yep.
So can we hear a short introduction of that motion?
Yeah, as far as we understand it, there has been some issues with not getting motions or statute amendments being handled like in a reasonable time frame and so on. Also, there has been some issues with all the synchronous voting processes that PPI requires. So there was some pushing for an asynchronous voting option. And then we looked at this, and we also take a good look at what the French Pirate Party was suggesting. But to us, it seems, yeah, very bloated, a huge rewrite of the current statutes, proven statutes. So we think we found an alternative way of organizing this, which is called Voting Week. It's a simple voting system via email. There's some security in there also. And the point is, you can just whenever there's a need for an asynchronous vote or like in some at some urgency. Not, I mean, it's a 6 week process. It's not like it's happened like next week. But if like the GA is like half a year away or something, or you don't even know if you can like actually make one, then you always have these options. Members can always come together and say, okay, there's a third of the members who want to change something. We invoke voting week, and then it's a 6 week process. It's simple. Everyone can partake in it. And so this is our counter proposal for, whenever people think what the the whole process of having a permanent GA is not ideal for PPI, which we do believe. So, questions?
Short
Or-
questions for understanding there.
So if I understood, sorry.
Yeah, Wojciech, please.
Well, as I said, it's a sort of short introduction. I don't want to go into the detail, but I think that this change is unnecessary in the meaning that this what is proposed as a statute change could be easily done only as a change to the rules of procedure. I don't think we need specially called voting week in the statutes to be able to conduct us in this way. So that's my reason why I want to support this amendment if it comes to it.
Thank you, Wojciech. I think I saw hands from Linda and Marco. Linda first.
Yes, Party of Norway have a similar solution where our General Assembly takes place online for a week. And then we gather at the last day to talk about what was voted on through discourse. So I guess my question to the group is, would we need to nail down today how we would secure that votes are done correctly? I think an email system is just full of problems. Do we need to have a technical solution, or can we vote just on the intention today? Because I fully support the intention.
Marco first, then there's opportunity to answer discussions. Marco, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. My question is more, so this process would be used for only for regular motions or for all kind of motions, like even statutes amendments?
In principle, it has the same powers as a GA, but as far as I understand it, you cannot vote like people's votes if you're not currently present in person. So you can vote on stated amendments and motions.
Okay. Any further short understanding questions?
Maybe in replica to Wojciech. Yes, that's true. There's already like a piece that the statutes say there is an option for an extraordinary GA, so voting week could be considered that. But in the fact that it's a modus operandi that actually changes the statutes, I'll push for putting the vote I would vote for putting voting week in there, you know, like in the name of voting week, because extraordinary can mean practically everything. So that would be the only change, in my opinion, needed to the statutes to incorporate that.
Okay. So then the next proposal is clearer composition of elections of the board, and it is Wojciech, I think.
Yes, that's mine. It's a series of 6 technical changes. I will open it and go quickly from them. Sorry. Yes, so it's 6 proposals. First of them is to reestablish the rotating system that we elect half of the board for 2 years every year. Reestablish this rotating system in a way that it won't be broken if we, like, I don't know, dissolve the board or something like that, or if more than half of board members would resign, we will still have this arrangement with exactly or half of board members being elected every year. Then there is specification that all board members are board members, because sometimes there's some distinction, whatever, or not a treasurer or chairperson, vice chairperson are considered a member of the board. There can be some unclarification on that. There is what is important changes. Yeah, I established that a board can create offices and not positions, but that's technical detail I don't think we need to go into. But my intention is that board can establish other positions and select people for it, as we have committees at the moment. I don't think that any position within PPI needs to be like elected by the General Assembly. We need to be more focused on being doing the work and not doing elective stuff. And the final thing is with the alternate board members, I'm removing the required 4 alternate board members, so we wouldn't have, in the cases where there is either multiple elected eligible candidates for alternate boards, or were not enough, or when one of them steps down, we would not need to go into special election just for the alternate board members. And I also clear up how the term of the alternate board members works whenever they step up or are elected to this position. So it's my quick introduction. It's technical stuff, no big changes.
Okay, thank you. So I see the questions regarding the understanding of that motions. I see a hand from Bastian. Anyone else currently? No, so Bastian, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, where is the exact text we are to vote on? In the discourse, there's a text and there's a lot of discussion about what should be changed, but I have no result of that discussion. Where is the exact
It's
text?
all in the first, let me find how to send you a link.
Yeah, there's a link in the minutes pad. Okay, but when I go into the Discord, I have on the first rows I have
first
the text.
comment, or
The first entry.
The first entry. Yes, thank you. There are the proposals. What is changed?
Yeah, I understand that. It's 29 days ago. So,
but I changed it 6 times, and last time was like yesterday.
It's amended, right?
Yeah, it's amended.
Oh, thank you.
Any other questions for understanding? Or other questions, short, brief questions currently? I don't see them. Okay, so then we have the motion that I understand is not changing the statutes, but is changing the rules of procedure for a permanent General Assembly, and it's dependent on...
No, please.
Sorry.
Now we do statute amendments. After we do statute amendments, we do motions.
Yes, that's what I'm about to say. It's just, okay. It's just what I was about to explain. That it's in minutes on line 609. Currently, the next one is the rules for procedure for permanent General Assembly. It's dependent on the motion for the statutes change. So, but we will not handle it now because we do the statute change first, and then we can do the other motions like changing of rules of procedure. So we heard the rules, the submitted motions for changing the statutes, and as I understand correctly, the first 2 are concurrently exclusive, and the third one, the clearer composition of election of the board, is kind of standalone, right?
No. The first one is concurrent both with the second one and third one, but the second one is not in odds with the third one.
Okay, I see. So do you have, sorry, do you have a suggestion how we should proceed with them? Should we handle them all three as concurrent, or?
I think we should, maybe we can do, like, I'm okay with doing the Etienne's motion first, and if it won't pass, then my motion is still going forward, so I'm okay with that. I'm not sure if the proposees of the voting week amendment are okay also with Etienne's done first, and if it won't pass, then going for there, or we can do some kind of straw poll which want to discuss, vote upon, and go into detail first.
Thank you. Etienne?
I think that the best solution is to go through the PPFR motion, to go through the different amendments, to see what is the result of this motion, because the motion that Wojciech proposed is also included as an amendment in the PPFR motion. If is it clear, more or less, about the position and all the vocabulary. So I think that it's the best solution to go through this one, and the first, then put it in concurrence with the second one, and see if necessary, go through the third one.
Yes. Okay, because we have, so to reply to Wojciech, we cannot vote alone on the first one because it is competing with other motions, and our rules of procedure says that we need to put the competing motions to vote against each other. So I'm
yes, but before we do that, for the first and second motion, there are some supplementary motions to the first one, like little changes that needs to be either accepted or like rejected.
Yes, that would be Article 6.2. Motions subsidiary to the others are voted on before the main motion. That's correct. Austria, are you okay with that suggested procedure?
Yeah, I just want to point out that we also have a part of rules of procedure change there.
We
Yes.
don't do that
now. Is it part of the, is it independent motion, or is it?
No. It's just part of the one we're just saying. If we vote on this, we're practically voting on the other thing too. It's not. It's in concurrence to statute amendment number 1. Otherwise, we can do it however we like it.
Bastian's hand up.
Yes. To avoid any confusion, I suggest that you put the exact text who is voted on into the minutes.
Yes.
Thank you.
That makes.
I think we are far from voting in this moment.
Yeah, we are far from voting. Before we vote, we will definitely put up whatever text is standing at that moment into the minutes, because I don't like having minutes to external documents in the minutes, because those can change, and in 5 years nobody understands what's going on. Okay, good. So we open up the discussion for the whole process, and now we go into the broader, not only questions but actually statements in favor or against. So the floor is open. I see Wojciech's hand.
Okay, I would like to speak in favor of the Etienne's or the Party France proposal. I think it's a step forward for more organized and asynchronous meetings, but I don't think that the key is in the statutes. The key is actually in the tools that we use and our activity. And we will support this motion if some of our subsequent motions are incorporated.
Okay. Anyone else? Michael?
I'm going the direction of my motion of individual membership is also in concurrence to all this because I want to change like everything. And you have like parties who represent political parties, and there's no like you didn't on your General Assembly, on the National General Assembly, you didn't ask all your members to support this motion or these changes. And I find that it's always individuals who actually making these decision making and changes, and not actually whole political parties that are putting this forward. So that's why I would recommend that we do individual membership. We could, of course, have like a council if political parties have membership, and they could advise. But there is no world parliament or no political parties that are on world level yet. We don't have this, and actually, PPI is. I see it as the pirate movement as itself, and not. We have so many complicated structures, and I would love to see this far more simplified and inclusive for single people around the world who want to be involved and just can't because they're not in a political group or and I think the PPI is not really. There's no goal of joining a world parliament here and becoming a political party because it doesn't exist, like it does on national levels. And we've copied this national level thing and we've just copied it and it's not real. It's not real because our goal doesn't exist to have a world party or something like that. It's still light years in the future before something like that would happen. And I would love to see PPI more as a pirate movement and we know everywhere around the world where pirates evolve, it's all based on individual membership. Without this,
Michael, I need to stop you now here. You're talking about your motion for support for individual membership. We are talking about statutes amendments currently. So as I read your motion, and it says PPI should do individual membership only, it is not exactly a statutes amendment or change. So we can talk about it later in motions, but I think the majority here thinks that it is not a statutes amendment. And I see nodding faces all over. So, okay, good. So it's not off the table. It's just like not on it yet. Okay. So we come back to that later. Okay, good. So we heard about the French proposal, and I understand that changes proposed to it from the Czech Pirate Party. Are those already incorporated in the current version, or is it set to two different things?
There in the I put all the link on the agenda, so I think it will be easier to go through it. The first post on the discourse is the original motion. Then I put the link to the complementary motion of Czech Pirate Party, and then there is a last one with from France. Or you just have to copy past it, and then we have to do some cuts to have the final motion after voting the sub motion. It's not the easy way, but we have to do it.
Okay, so we need to vote upon the amendments to the motions first, right? So can we have
yes, and
have the text actually?
I raised my hand.
Okay, sorry, Marco, I missed you. Yes. and then I have Marco and then Roland.
Yeah, actually, okay, I would have some question for Michael, but I will take it later during the non-statutory motions. I have instead one question for about Wojtek and Etienne, and it's, I mean, we have sort of to project in the future, to imagine how things will work, to be sure to not make mistakes that would that could sort of how can I say, produce a deadlock, because statutes is a bit like code. So my question is, how do you see the impact of the participation of members on your amendments? What I mean is that we already have sometimes a quorum which is really reached with the narrow margin. So with your amendments, how would a low participation impact the functioning of the of PPI?
So if I understand well the question, you are asking what will happen if members don't participate really often. Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay. So this motion would technically help less active member to participate more because we are stretching time. But this motion is really linked to the next one that we will see after. So it's I know it's complicated to go through one another, but what is important, it's the rules. So if the chair allow me, I will speak a little bit about the rules.
I think it would make sense, but can we hear Roland first, because maybe he will add to the question.
I just wanted to add that first up, I have no problem with incorporating voting week in the first statute, like point 1, and not specifically add another point 8. I have no problem with doing so. This was like a point that Wojtek made. On the other hand, I also wanted to ask if we could have more information on how this permanent assembly thing works, because I don't fully understand it, to be honest, and I assume everyone has read it, but maybe someone also didn't get quite how that works and how it affects things in PPI and so on. So if you could elaborate on that, it would be great.
Oh, so first to answer Marco's question, the purpose of this motion is to allow members to have more time to debate. For example, but you have to keep in mind that it will change a lot of our habits and that we will need to think in another way of working. For example, you see what we did with Wojtek for the last week, that we speak about the motion. We exchange our opinion, he make control proposal, I answer his question. The purpose is to duplicate this way of working to all the motion inside PPI. So we will have a very more asynchronous way of working. This will allow our members to take like 1 or 2 hours during a week to check the motion, to ask questions, to make control proposal, and not only during one day. The other objective is to allow to have a full week for voting. So it will allow also non-European members that are maybe a little bit tired to wake up really early or to go to bed really late for voting or doing meeting and have a lot of long discussion about rules. The purpose is to do it in writing. So if you have not a lot of time, you can go through 1 hour a day to check the motion. You can do only once during all the time that is set up for debate. So, and if you have not a lot of time, you can say, oh, it will only need like 1 hour to vote and not a full day. So the purpose is to have to stretch time, to have more time, to have a better condition for voting, better condition for reading motion, and not like speeding with the jet lag in the face and running only with coffee because you want to sleep because we are after lunch and someone is speaking about status amendments. It's really boring. So you will have time to read when you want. It's the purpose of this motion. It's to have time for making better work. And then I don't remember what was the question of Roland. Sorry.
Roland, do you like to repeat the question?
Yeah, I'm still not really getting how this improves stuff, because now we have also like weeks before where we're discussing everything on discourse, and you can partake in this, but you don't need to. And when you like people on a schedule, you can come here on one day, have all the discussions you need. People will listening to you. And what I don't get the practical side of it yet. Do I need then to partake in like online discussions for weeks, or is there still going to be like a day where we discuss it all? How is the whole procedure thing working? I don't understand it.
So I will go through all the procedure. So at the beginning, we will have 2 weeks to table motion. So the board will send an email reminding that we open the new session of the General Assembly, table your motion before this date. After the tabling, we open a phase of debate on several weeks. The purpose is to have time, like we are all doing other stuff aside from period parties, that we need time. We can't do all at the same time. So the purpose is to have time. But at the end of the writing debates, we will have a meeting like this. So we keep meeting together, and sometimes it's a little bit easy to set up little details in orals. And then after this debate phase, we will have 1 week to vote and to have time for asking our member what they think about this motion, and have time for have a better thinking on the subjects that we will have to vote on.
Okay, I see raised hands from Wojtek and then Linda.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, there was a question, what will these proposals do with inactive members and our inability or to operate when there is low participation? Quick answer is kind of nothing. I have separate proposal for that, where I do a motion that we task to the board to propose suspending as many members as they can think of in a 3-month period or something like that. It's in a chat. Second of all, for the proposal of ATNs and how it will work, I think that asynchronous working is better. You can have meetings where you discuss whatever you want, but you will have the votes on a separate time through a separate system. We as a party with thousands of members and 20, I don't know how many elected people in official offices, and 200 people elected in official offices on municipal and different levels, 300, I don't know, many. We worked in this way on the lowest level, by which I mean on the General Assembly of 1,000 members. There is the procedures a bit different in the way that there is some like opening time for motions, and then some discussion time, close time, and voting time. There is actually, you need to get some support for motion, and then that single motion is discussed in this way. So there's time for proposals to that motion and discussion, and then there is time for when there is no more possibilities to change and or propose changes to that motion, and then there is a vote in 1 weekend. And we work on this way on the lowest level with thousands of people, and we work this way on the mid-level where there is like 30 people who were elected for this office. And I think this is a good way to run these kind of things because you have time to look at the motion. First of all, I think this is a thing that we will need to incorporate, that only motions that have some support from some part of members are actually brought to the General Assembly. So you first need to discuss and gather some support before it is sent out to everybody. But that's a question for the rules of procedure, which I won't go into right now, but I think I had only time to properly vet the statutes amendments for this thing, and I think the rules of procedure will need still some work, and I'm not prepared to vote on them today. So that's from me.
Thank you, Linda, and then Roland.
Thank you, Chair. As previously stated, I believe by Roland, I don't see any discernible difference between current operations where we have open discussion for a lengthy period of time in discourse where anybody can review the motions, discuss them with their political party, come back and have questions, negotiate, and then we meet up and we make the decision. I fail to see why it's necessary to make any drastic changes because the outcome is, as far as I can tell, there's no difference between that and what we're doing now. So I think it's more a matter of people engaging more prior to a General Assembly and spending time with their political parties, asking what opinion should we have on this motion? Do we have anything else that we want to ask about it? And so that everything doesn't just come up during the GA. That's more a matter of how we as delegates communicate with our party than how PPI should operate.
Thank you. Roland?
Thanks. Yeah, I also don't really see any real advantages in that. As far as I understand, there will be a fixed schedule then. That is like doing like on a rotary system or something, which to me is kind of neglecting the human element in it. You know, if like we are, this is not like a 500 party. 500 people party where there's always going to be 100 people having time to participate, but we also need to acknowledge that there's people have different things to do, and as someone pointed out, we barely make quorum many of the time. So this is why I do understand that there's a reduction of members planned to make this even work properly. But that's kind of not how I think things should be done. And the other thing is that they need a quorum so that motions can even be discussed is kind of weird. Did I get this right? You said in order for motions to be even sent out to everyone, there needs to be some support. While now I can just file a motion and then it's filed and then we discuss it on a GA.
Thank you. I see a raised hand from Mike, Jill, and from Francois, and then from Wojtek again. Mike.
I suppose what Wojtek means is something like the check system, that you put the motion forward somewhere like discourse, there you gather support for it, and then it gets sent out to everybody. That's how the Czech Pirate Party works on every level.
Francois? No, he didn't raise hand. Okay. Also, the note that for the terms of transparency, since we're streaming this on YouTube and also we're recording this in video, if you have a debate point that you want to contribute, please actually try to speak out it into the camera and not just type it into the chat of Zoom, because this is historically will be lost and nobody will know your arguments probably. Okay, so Wojtek next. Francois, you have this blue clapping hand in the speakers list. If you can remove that, that would be great. Okay, so Wojtek, sorry.
Sorry, just to avoid some confusion, my proposal or the thing I mentioned that you need to gather support for your motion before it's sent out or can be properly discussed. It's not part of any of the proposals that are there. It's just something I think would benefit us because not everyone would need to discuss a motion that actually is not viable because it doesn't have at least some minimal support. And I think if we do things in a way that where the discussion and the voting session especially is prolonged, like, hey, this week we are voting on this, there's complete proposal which was discussed before, please send in your votes, it would actually have more people participating and voting that we have now. But as regarding the requirement for discussion, that we need a third of people present on the assembly, that is something that is required now. And after the Etienne's proposal, I don't think it is still required, at least in the internet asynchronous place where most of the discussion should happen. We want to check like if enough people were at least logged into. I don't think that would be necessary. And I also would like to point out that I don't think that the requirement for at least third people present is I don't think that the requirements we have in statutes are well designed, but that's for another time.
Okay, now I see a hand raised from Francois.
Yes, thank you. So just to answer to Linda and the other remark that was made. So the difference is now you have the liberty to discuss previously, right? You're free to do it, but you're also free not to do it, right? So with the changements, it's mandatory now. You cannot discuss it, you cannot make changes once it's done. Once the week of deposit is done, you can't depose anything anymore. So there is no last minute proposal that comes out of nowhere and nobody know how to handle it. You don't have to check in the statutes indefinitely to see how you should do. Since everything is dissected, you know. After the deposit session, you have a quick meeting to say, hey, we have these motions, those are okay, those are not, depending on the rules, okay, whatever. Then during your debate phase, you cannot deposit motion anymore, it's over. So you have 2 weeks or 1 week to debate, I don't know. And you know that you have those 2 weeks to make people maybe amend the text, so you will vote for it. So you still have a liberty to do what we do now, but it's more structured and it's mandatory. Thank you.
Okay, Linda, then Bastian.
You know, I'm a simple girl, I have to tell you. I think somebody said earlier today that statutes amendments are something like code. If this, then that, yes, no input, binary code. And that's what it looks like to me in writing, especially because I do have a minor dyslexia issue. Like when I read the discussion between Etienne and Wojtek on the statute amendments, I can't grasp it fully. I do not fully comprehend what you're trying to say, especially because I don't have a parliamentary background. So for me, I am completely dependent on this type of discussion where human beings actually ask, well, what does this all mean? Can you explain it? Use your normal words. And then I feel I've been following the discussion on discourse all along, and I didn't even understand it well enough to ask an intelligent question. So I think days like today, when we actually have a chance to discuss it, it's completely necessary. And if it becomes just this, yeah, it's done before we even get this far, then I won't feel like I can participate in a meaningful manner. And I may have misunderstood, in which case, please correct me. Thank you.
Can I answer just on this one? Yeah, so
I can put you on the list. Just let Bastian
oh,
because I think you will refer to him as well, and then you, okay?
Yes, indeed. François is totally right. You can do what you want. And if you want to do a lot of discussions in whatever tool, and it's not binding us. The decisions are made in the assembly. So you should do some things in the statutes which are totally necessary, not what you can do. And I think therefore we don't change any statutes amendments because we can do the things are proposed in any way, anytime, anywhere, if you want. So I do not see any need for a statute amendment if the function is that we have another tool that we can use before decision in the General Assembly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I saw now Etienne, then I have in the list a lot of names. So Wojtek, Roland, and Mike, Jill. Okay, you don't need to stick up with a hand up. I saw you. So this is the order. So now Etienne, please.
Oh, thank you. I understand your concern, Linda, and I understand that some people might have difficulties for written debates. What I want to say is that what we are doing today, we will do it in the future too. The purpose is that really concerned people who want to bring technical details can do it before. So like today, we won't have discussion about small wording or stuff like that, which is boring. I think you are agree with me. But we will still have this meeting. And I think it's important that we will have a formal presentation with a quick question and answers that might get us understand a better understanding of the motion. But the purpose is to give people who are concerned with wording and little details to have time to do it before so that we don't do it now. And maybe that statute is wording or stuff like that are not what you cherish the more in life, but I think that you have subjects that are important to you. And when we will have written debates on that subject, I'm sure that you will have you will want to participate to it, and we are here to try to include the more people than we can. So if you want to have a question, even you think it's a silly question, maybe it's not, and we will try to have the better reading answer and maybe prepare something for the oral debate after to answer this question. So it's not like we skip what we are doing today, but we are we are preparing it better.
Thank you. Wojtek, then Roland, then Mike.
Yeah,
and then
I would just like to say to Linda that there are no stupid questions, only stupid answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Roland?
As far as I understood it now, there's the mandatory process that we go through, and then, as you said, or as someone said, then there are not going to be any changes to motions anymore. So does this mean that when we are here having the discussion together, that when we understand that there's some problems with it or it doesn't work like that, that we can't change these motions anymore? That's a basic question that I have. I also want to point out that in voting week, we also have a frozen week, so where everyone can read up and make up his or her mind and so on. So that wouldn't be a problem there. Also, I think if you wanted, we should just put it like in the statutes and say motions can't be changed a week before the GA anymore or something, and not rewrite the whole thing. And another question that I have is, it says motions need support in order to even be sent out, which I think is not the thing we should be doing stuff, because people should at least know that there is a motion. And I want to know more about how this support is then how do we measure that? Is this like the likes in Discord, or are there parties that need to submit like second that, or can I have a little bit more info on how that works, please?
Okay, I have, after Roland, I have Mike, Keith, then I would like to have a small technical note from myself, and then whoever.
I was sort of directed by replying to Roland, because he's obviously concerned about the support for the motions. In Czech Pirate Party, it simply works that we have a forum. There's over 600,000 posts over the past 11 years. If you want a motion passed, you just submit a motion to a thread that's made for it, where people really do go. And if something like that exists, people go there. It's like just like with discourse. And in the current some 39 members of the PPI, you need support of like 3 for the proposal, let's say, to be sent out by an email to everybody to let them know that it exists. Like, it's not really that hard. Like people are active. Like, we have more than 3 active parties that would go there and check it out. And I think the point of this proposal is to make the discussions less like this, because I don't think this discussion is really moving us forward in any meaningful way. Like, I don't know if it's only Linda, but probably more people are not really sure about what we are talking about. If it was somewhere on the internet, on the forum or somewhere else, or discourse, and we would talk this specific point among, let's say, 20 people for 10 weeks, everybody would be on the same page. I think that creating proposals like this in this way, that nobody really looks at them in advance, or I assume nobody really looks at them in advance, or even if you do, you might not get them. And I don't think, aside from the discussion between Etienne and Wojciech, that anybody really tries to talk them through. You don't really get what they are about, and then all the discussion is cramped here, and it doesn't really work, in my opinion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So I have Keith, then me, then I don't know.
Etienne has his hand up.
Roland. Okay. Keith.
Okay, so my concern again is really, I mean, I like the idea. I really want to try it. My concern in making this a statute amendment is that we oblige ourselves to a rule that we don't know if it will work. And then we might be presenting ourselves with a situation. I would like to try it, is what I basically am saying. I would like to see how it works. And if it works, then we put it in our statutes as something that's permanent. So in this sense, I kind of see in between where Bastian is and thinking, and where Etienne is thinking, that you know, it's great, and let's try it. But I just worry as well, and also in the level of support as well. I also get it that we are each parties; we're not just individuals. So we already have a certain level of bureaucracy behind us, a certain level of support that comes from other members of our party that might tell us and collaborate, and just like France has done with this proposal, that should be enough that an ordinary member wants to submit a motion to be voted on, even if he hasn't yet gotten the support from all the other members. So that's my thinking. Thanks.
So thank you very much. I would like to point out the technical ruling, the technical regulation from the rules of procedure regarding that. Motions can be changed. So we have current Article 5, motions and counter motions. Paragraph 9 reads, proposals, including the statute's amendment proposals, may be changed by motions and counter motions before they're accepted only in the intention given by original proposal. So meaning we have currently already in place the regulation that there cannot be completely new counter motion that would hijack the original motion and make it into something completely different. We already have a rules against it. So we don't need to safeguard there. I guess just I don't want to give an opinion. I just want to state it out the technical regulation how it is now and also procedure. So thank you. Then I have Roland and I think Etienne.
Yeah, just a short answer to that. Yeah, the things were on the internet and the discussion should have happened there. It didn't happen there. Maybe on my end, this is because I thought we are going to discuss it in the GA as we always did before. So I'm sorry if I didn't understand fully what was demanded of me. I will still go on, ask the questions until I know what I'm voting on. I'm sorry for if this is like too long for others.
Okay. Etienne?
So first to answer about why making this a statute is reform, it's like 90% of rewriting and clarifying, on my opinion, with yes, 10% of details that makes mandatory for us to have a session system for the GA. But if we want, we are already doing it now because we have like one GA now, we will have one GA on the fall winter period. So it's just the purpose, it's just to have to formalize this system and to engage us to have more frequent meeting in order to have like not twice a year really big meeting we are speaking about a lot of motion and stuff like that, but try to divide the works. And as a final word, I want to say that maybe this will be a total mess. I don't hope so. Maybe it will be like a big success and like the huge reforms that we are waiting for years. I don't know. What I know that we will need probably time to adjust rules to see what is working for us, what is not working. But I think that like all the rules are now in the rules of procedures, we can change them really simply. And I think that it's the beautiful of this motion. The beauty of this motion is that we are agree on the principles that we need to gather more often. Then we have the rules that decide how we gather and what and how we work. And yes, maybe what I propose is not the perfect solution. Maybe that we will need 1, 2, 3 sessions to see what is working. But I think that if we don't step in, we won't know what happened next. So I think that it's a bargain to make and see what happens next.
Okay, thank you, Etienne. I see a raised hand from Linda.
Yes, Etienne, I just want to validate when you say that you want more dialogue within PPI and members, and you feel like this would be a good way for us to have more ongoing connection with our member base. That is the sort of information we really want to get to know in the needs assessment. And the reason why I created it was exactly for this purpose. What is it that you feel is missing? The other section of that feedback for you, Etienne, is that we have these working committees that are constantly working on issues having to do with the pirate movement. We have a lot of committees and groups that are constantly working. And I think if it's not known how much of a constant dialogue you can have with those, then I can see why you feel the need that we should have a permanent General Assembly. I believe we already have the tools needed in the current statutes to be able to say if we want to have 3 or 4 General Assemblies, if we want to have more dialogue through more frequent questionnaires, more participation in the working committees, that maybe if you gave us a chance, we've only been at this now since, what was it, December, to get that kind of feedback and to be able to adjust our pace accordingly, then maybe we could meet what you're looking for without creating a sort of scary change to the statutes that really only will cause minor changes in how we conduct business. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Linda. So we have heard over 20 discussion debate arguments. I would, and I don't see many, or I don't see any hand raised, so I think we are at the point where we would come to voting. And unless somebody jump into the microphone, I don't see that. So we would vote on the Czech amendments to the French proposal first. Can we have that copied into the minutes as a wording of what are the Czech amendments? Wojtek, can you help us here?
Yeah, I'm thinking how to best do that. So it's a suspension of normal function. No, it's not. It's setting up permanent assembly. Okay, so you first would need in a minute the current form of the proposal. So if you read the minutes after, you would know what was changed into what. So so I will copy a whole lot
Yes.
into the minutes, then do some formatting, and then write a proposal. So
Sorry?
Is it your article in the discourse that is 18 days ago, right? So it would start with, okay, I would like to propose several changes to this proposal to be voted
yeah,
on.
and my question is actually, if Etienne and nobody is against these changes, can we accept them by not voting and just writing them into, or do we need to vote on them?
It is something that you and Etienne need to decide. If Etienne decides to incorporate them into his motion, then it is the motion.
I agree to incorporate them into the motion with the amendments that I proposed on the last message on discourse. I think it will be a lot more simple.
Okay. Well, there's one proposal from you, the last one from 21 hours ago. And
this reform of the Articles of Association is applicable immediately after the General Meeting that has adopted it. The board is responsible for convening the next session of the General Assembly before December 2020. The next session will have to vote on the calendar of sessions for the year 2021. That's right?
This is not an article to be changed within the statutes. This is just part of the amendment motion. Am I correct?
Etienne, you agree with that interpretation?
Oh, sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
The amendment to we need better tools. Sorry. The proposal to add fourth article. It's not a new article within statutes. It's a new article within the amendment. So it won't be part of the statutes after we vote on it. Okay, I guess, if nobody objects. So then we need in the Okay, on the line 637 of the pad, I'm trying to put somehow.
Sorry, which line?
637.
Yes.
We need to get the writing down on this somehow.
If I may, maybe we can do a 5 minutes break like this. We will have time to do the good rewriting and people can do something else that's listening to technical details.
Okay.
That sounds like a good idea. I have a small question though. The proposal from Austria, the voting week is now still in concurrence with this combined proposal, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we will still need, before we can vote on that one, so we're not voting on the Czech motion to change the French proposal because this is already incorporated.
Will be.
Will be incorporated in 5 minutes. But we still need to vote which of the two concurrent proposals is more favorable by the Assembly, and then we will vote if enough people agree that it have 2/3 majority, but whichever one will the vote the winner of the next round. So, given that, Roland, you agree with that we have 5 minutes break now, or?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. So okay, so we have a break until 15:25. It's even 6 minutes, and in that time you figure out the correct text, and the next vote will be not on that, but will be between the concurrent proposals for statute changes from the combined Czech-French proposal and the Austrian proposal. Thank you. See you in 5 minutes.
Recording is paused.
I'm all the time looking at the minutes and never get to see everyone's faces. Now I get into the camera.
Except mine. It's hard to enjoy the sun and still be visible.
Yeah, you look kind of shadowy.
It's the shady character. We knew that. There you are.
Oh, there you go.
Maybe I can just reposition the camera somewhere else to make it look better. Maybe here.
Well, we're not recording, so you can get undressed again now, you know. Nothing.
What did you say?
Nothing.
What?
Nothing. It was just the joke yesterday at the last break. I thought I'd carry the joke further. Okay, I'm gonna go get a drink. I can't get dehydrated.
starting line 638. This is the French proposal amended by text from the Pirate Party of Czech Republic, of Czechia. And then we have a concurrent proposal from Pirate Party Austria. So now we do a vote according to our rules of procedure, Article 6, paragraph 3, where we vote which of those two you are preferring. And then the one that wins, we will vote again if it's accepted or not. Okay, so I will call the, is it all the parties we have? I'm not sure. So if your party is not called, please shout. Sorry. So Pirate Party of Austria.
Voting week.
Voting week. So second, yeah. So okay, voting. It means a proposal from PPIT. Okay. Pirate Party Brazil.
Number one, the French proposal with
Number one.
Czech.
Okay. Pirate Party of Chile.
The Czech proposal.
The Czech proposal. Pirate Party of Czech Republic already.
Well, the first one, which is French proposal, but also
yes.
ours.
Pirate Party of France.
The first one.
First one. Pirate Party of Germany. Bastian, you there? Is that Michael?
Difficult. I wanted just to say no, but not sure. So we're voting later on, whatever.
Yeah. So currently, it's just the which one.
If you don't have preferred, just abstain.
Yeah.
Then abstain. Yeah.
Okay.
Abstain. Yes, I think best way.
Pirate Party of Hungary. Somebody wrote in abstain, but I think they left the meeting, so they're not voting. Should not be counted. Pirate Party of Italy.
Abstain.
Okay. Pirate Party of Israel.
1.
Pirate Party of the Netherlands. Austrian proposal, so 2. Pirate Party, Internet Party of New Zealand.
I'll go for 1.
Sorry, can you repeat it?
1.
1. Thank you very much. Pirate Party of Norway.
Abstain.
Abstain. Pirate Party of Poland is, I don't think they're here. Pirate Party of Slovakia.
Czech proposal.
The Czech proposal. Pirate Party of Switzerland.
We abstain.
Abstain. So let's count. So it's not yes, it's first, it's second, oopsie. And so.
Well, it actually is 5 because there's half votes. 4, 5, no, 6. 1, 2 is 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I count 2. And then there's 3 abstentions. So, not the motion passed, but the motion won has more votes and carries into next round.
12 votes, yes. And we barely have a quorum, so fine.
Yeah, we barely have a quorum, but we do have a quorum. So, and I think we don't need to reassess this unless there is a...
No, it's from the votes, it's obvious. So.
Yes. So, I copy paste again. Okay, so now we have the question, Are you in favor? Sorry. Motion 1. So are you in favor of motion 1, which is the combined Czech-French proposal? And now we need 2/3 majority of the people voting. So abstentions basically, sorry, let me check that.
Actual abstentions still don't count.
They do not count, or do they count?
I think they do not count at this, as it is stated in the statutes somewhere.
Abstentions are not taken into account. Statutes, paragraph 11.
Which I think is not well, but we have this.
Yeah, it's how it's written, so that's the rules. So okay, so abstentions is like not voting, so they're not changing the quorum. So we need, but for it to carry, for the motion to carry, it needs 2/3 majority. Okay, so are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Yes, very good. So Pirate Party of Austria?
No.
No. Pirate Party of Brazil? Dan? You need to unmute.
Sorry, my computer froze. The vote is for the second motion.
Okay, the second motion is
Yeah.
no more on
Yes,
the table.
yes.
So you vote yes in favor for the Czech and Czech French.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Pirate Party of Chile?
Yes.
Pirate Party of the Czech Republic?
Yes.
Pirate Party of France?
Yes.
Pirate Party of Germany?
No.
Pirate Party of Hungary is not voting. Pirate Party of Italy?
Abstain.
Okay. Pirate Party of Israel?
Yes.
Pirate Party of the Netherlands?
Said no in chat.
No, sorry. No. Okay. Pirate Party of New Zealand?
Are not here. Yes, from the
Internet
Internet Party of New Zealand.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, please repeat.
Yes.
You're voting yes. Okay. Pirate Party of Norway?
No.
Thank you. Pirate Party of Poland is not present. Pirate Party of Slovakia?
Yes.
Pirate Party of Switzerland?
Yes.
Okay. So let's tally the vote. So we have 4 notes and stands. So what's okay? So
I think we have it.
it says I think it's exact 2/3 majority. Is it correct? Because we have 12 votes and we have 8 votes in favor.
Yeah, but 2 votes are just a half vote.
Yes.
It's counted, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5, 6. Wait, no.
Oh, it's 7. It's not counted. I count 7. Right. So Pirate Party of Brazil and Chile 2.
Yeah.
Czechia
But
3.
seven votes yes, because Slovakia and New Zealand is half a vote.
Okay. So motion does not carry.
Yes. Okay, then we should move for the voting week.
The voting week was the Austrian proposal? No, it's already off the table, I think.
No, I don't think so. I think that it should be voted upon. I will be against, but it should be voted upon. Just.
May I have anybody who seconds this? I'm okay to oblige. We can do that. I don't think that will be different result, but I think the rules of procedure say something different. But I'm okay to vote on it if the assembly wants to vote on it.
I'm confused. Sorry. About what should we vote now? Can we have the text? Thanks.
Wojtek have proposed that we would vote against. Vote on the proposal from Pirate Party of Austria, which called the voting week, which is currently on the line 717. We can copy it also again down there. So the motion 2 that has lost the concurrent vote already. So since there is no objections, let's move on it. Let me write it down that it's not my idea. Okay. So since there's no objection, let's vote. So Pirate Party of Austria.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I just saw the thumbs up, Michael. Is it something? Is it you're voting or is it?
No, I just had a understanding question. Is the Austrian proposal just a small change in the whole thing of the last vote, or is it a complete change?
No, it's a separate change to the statutes as they are standing now.
Okay, but it doesn't include the whole thing from above.
No.
Okay, it's just a small change directly. Okay.
It's just one sentence. A voting week equally to an extraordinary session can be held at the request of 1/3 of members or by decision of the board. Procedures specified in rules of procedure in the PPI-General Assembly Article 9 applies. So, okay, so Austria.
Yes.
Brazil.
Abstain.
Chile.
Yes.
Czechia.
I would like to reiterate my point that I see these changes as unnecessary and vote no.
Thank you. France.
No.
Germany.
No.
Hungary is not present. Italy.
Abstain.
Israel.
Abstain.
The Netherlands. Is it yes in the chat?
Yes.
Yes. Internet Party of New Zealand.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Norway.
No.
Pirate Party of Poland is not present. Pirate Party of Slovakia.
No.
And Pirate Party of Switzerland.
No.
We will tally the votes, but I'm very sure it has not carried.
Okay, and then it is to my proposals somehow, actually.
No, we now come into your proposal, the one about the board, right?
Yeah, the clear board and elections things.
Yeah, clear board and election on the board. So can we have the text of it copied into the minute?
Yeah. Well, I would like to point out that it is like 4 separate proposals, which can be like voted separately. If anyone wants some of them and doesn't want other of them, we can do that. But I'm not sure if there is any such proposal. So I will try to create a
hand raised.
Marco's hand is raised.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. Marco, please.
Yeah, actually, I would like to. I would appreciate if they were voted separately.
Okay, I'll try to prepare.
I didn't understood the last bit. I had some audio problems, maybe. I don't know.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I say that I would be glad if we could vote the proposals in 2 different votings, not as
Yeah,
a package.
it's fast enough. We can do it, and we are quite good in the time. So.
Okay, I've written first of the proposals on line 825. Is it acceptable way of doing it for you, or is it understandable?
I can understand it. I don't know if other people can. So just can you copy paste like all the proposals?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Thank you.
Question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you write down elected on even and odd years. Does that mirroring the system we have now? Otherwise, we change the existing years for the elected board people. Is it? Do you know that we elected board members for 2 years, and I have no idea whether it's correct with this with your new rule. Otherwise, we will shorten the year for one board member and double the year for another board member.
We checked this with Michael yesterday, and I changed the wording to this form according to his advice. So I will
okay, fine.
further you to him if you can explain.
Any, I don't know, since Wojtek is now currently busy putting in the text and the minute into the pad, maybe we can collect the questions, and since Mike is also there, so we don't have to wait. If you're okay with that, are there any other questions to that proposal? Because I realized we have not talked about it in detail. So Linda?
Could you, just for the sake of YouTube, read them out loud?
Okay, I can. Well, I still need to work through.
Yeah, we will do it in a minute.
And after that, I will like do some reasoning on them or read.
Yeah. Okay. So we do it in a minute. Oh yeah, I see the original proposal has been submitted to discourse on 2nd of May, 11:36 p.m. This is still inside the deadline, but only by a couple of minutes.
Yeah, it was some last minute.
Roland has his hand up.
Oh, Roland has a right hand. I'm sorry. I need to look more into the participants and not into the minutes currently. Okay, Roland, please go ahead.
I just want to use the time to ask the board what they think of the first proposal, if they're all right with it, did they like it?
I mean, I definitely support like a rotating system.
Yeah.
Definitely. I think it's good to like, you know, have it so that, because it's, a lot of the terms are 2 years, right? And I think it's good to have people who are there for, you know, at least a year or two when new people come in, and that way it's, yeah, it's a little bit of overlap with people, and I think that that's helpful, especially when you get new board members. Yeah, so I like it personally.
I think we might have come up with an issue where we had a board member who resigned and then we elected a replacement somehow, and that threw off our order. Because I think initially that was the idea, that we would just elect people for 2 years and we would just have it. But I think
yes.
We got to a situation where we were electing suddenly like 6 people in one round, and then there were no positions the following year and stuff like that. But my big question is then, how do we control this? What happens when someone resigns? Do we fix that?
Okay, I'm prepared to do reasoning on the proposals now.
Okay, and I think, sorry, yeah, I think it is it's figured out there in the proposal 5 what's happening when people resign. I don't think it changes much of what we have now. I think it's still a rotating system, which I like, and it is much more clearer to understand, because to understand the old system, I have actually written a tracking sheet on Google Sheets to have a position with blocks, how many years, who is elected, and who is stepping up into position, what's happening there. But it also was a little bit prone to interpretation. So I think I like that proposal currently. So Wojtek, so.
Yeah, okay, so this is several changes. The first and fifth one are about the rotating system and alternate board members. The reason behind this, it is that we need the rules to be, I think, clearer, because it, as it was described in the discussion, if someone resigns and somebody else steps in, it is not clear for how long. If for 2 years, remainder of the years he was elected for alternate board member, or remainder of the time the position that ended, and it can create so many like not clear established rules. And also, if the General Assembly would remove the whole board at one moment, it would break the rotating system. So, or even if it would remove some position which is not like at the end of the term, it can break the rotating system, and that we are elected half every year. So this is the proposal 1 and 5, changing it. The proposal 1 is to remove current number 2A of the Article 12 of the statutes, and use new wording for number 5, which we have here, but is empty. So to establish a rotating system, 5 positions of the board are elected, even years, 4 years. It should work, and it should work with our current terms that we have at the moment. So that's the reason behind it. The proposal 2 just establishes that the board is composed of 9 board members as follows, and then there are the positions of the board members, and that we have 7, I think, or 5, I don't know. We have to look. We have 7 additional board members. So this establishes that also the chairperson and vice chairperson are board members. There would be any unclear thing on that. It's really technical. The same thing with the proposal 3, where I remove an unnecessary and from the number 4, letter A, that there is the board elects among themselves or amongst board members treasurer. There's and the chief of administration and the chairperson. There is like the and should not be there. It's just a technical thing. Proposal 4 is a separate issue. Currently, there is other positions may be created by the board, which would mean that except for the that there is treasurer, chief of administration, chairperson, and vice chairperson in the board, they are now allowed to create other such positions among themselves. I think that the board should be able to also create offices and put people who are not members of the board into them. We currently have committees that work this way, and I think it should continue to work in this way. But to clear some confusion between what is a seat, what is a position, what is an office, I've gone this way. And the proposal number 5, I already kind of explained it, but it is to clear up some problems with alternate board members. First of all, I remove the restriction that there is specifically 4 alternate board members, so we would not have to elect a new alternate board member if just one steps up or resigns. And we would also not need to restrict someone from being an alternate board member if there is more than 4 eligible by the General Assembly. More than 4 people are accepted as possible alternates. I think they should be all on the list. And if there is fewer candidates than 4 for the alternate board members, we would also not need like force somebody to candidate. So we would have filled the positions on the General Assembly meeting. So that's one change. And after that, I say that the list of alternate board members is ordered, and I specify that if alternate board member follows up to a board member position, he does so for the remainder of the term of the position that he is filling. So if he is filling somebody who will be there for 1.5 years, he will be there for 1.5 years. If he is filling for somebody who will be there only for 3 months, he will be there for 3 months. That's the logic behind it. Of course, alternate board members, when it comes to it, and there are elections of the board, they can always candidate from the alternate board list to the board itself. So that's the reasoning behind these 5 small proposals. I think that proposal 2 and 3 can be voted together, as they are so minor that they don't change anything, and maybe we can vote also proposal 1 and 5 together, as they comprehend with rotating system and alternate board members, but I would understand if they would be voted separately.
Marco has his hand up, and Mike also.
And Bastian.
And then Roland.
Yes, actually, Michael, as Marco, then Michael. Then
yes. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, I want to ask if it's possible to move the proposal 2 before proposal 1, because the wording of the proposal 1 depends on the fact if the proposal 2 passes or not.
Yes, okay, I'm fine with that.
Because I mean, the first proposal can change according to the number of people that is in the board. Because
Yeah, but I'm not changing the number of people in the board. If you understand me, I'm just specifying that there is 9, so we will be sure.
Okay,
But,
yeah.
but
Okay.
I understand your reason. There currently is 9 board members, but it is not written in such a clear way.
Okay. Okay. It's because in your wording, board member includes all the ones that are called the positions right now. Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes, I think it's a good change, but I would agree on this if there is actually no effect at all on actual members in state at the moment. So if we do vote on this, it doesn't come into effect until the board members have actually timed out on their seats.
I think there is no effect, but I'm not sure because I don't have the dates for our board members when they started their term. If anyone has, we can check it out.
I copied a link to a Google Doc in the Zoom chat, and
Okay.
it has the history of all rotation that's happened so far.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yes, that was real work, yes.
We needed for us to figure out what's actually happening, so we created this sheet before the last GA.
Okay, I would need like reasonable time to be able to find out if anyone would be affected or not. Like what? Okay.
Okay, Roland.
Affected or not, as far as Austria goes, you can vote on all 5 proposals in one vote. I think it's all very reasonable.
Okay, I think we have a problem because I would prefer for it that the chair and vice chair would be elected on alternative years, but my proposal does not specify that. So that would not be a problem, I think. But I'm not sure. Like the question actually stands: how many people in the board currently are due this year?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people would be due this year.
And this year is even. And my proposal says that 5 people are elected on even years. So I think we're fine.
Yeah, and 1 alternate. We're kind of messed up with alternates at some point.
Yeah, and I will deal with the alternates like their term, or I think the alternates should be like
separate. Yeah.
Separate idea of they don't have a term. They are waiting on the list, and when it comes to them, they just fill a position. And the list, I think, should be refreshed every board elections. So. But that's a separate issue for rules of procedure, not for this proposal.
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't following. Is Bastian, is your hand up?
Yes.
Yes.
I have my hand. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Maybe the COA can follow this recording if there are some problems to find out who is who was made, what was made for. But I have one clarification needed in proposal 5. It's okay if an alternate member follows up to the position, blah, blah, but the alternate member is elected for 2 years also. And if a alternate member follows maybe in the last 2 months of the election period, he loses his 2 years maybe. So you have to clarify that he is fall back to an alternate member after this ending of the period of the full member. If you understand it right, if you have board member is elected for 2 years and he resigns maybe after 18 months, the rest of 6 months, and the alternate member will follow for 6 months. And if he's elected for 2 years, and he has for this 2 years maybe 1.5 year, then he lost his election. So I think you should put a clarification in it that the alternate member, in case his period is ended so far, that he is fall back to an alternate member from the following.
I see. Okay, I thought that nowhere in the statutes it is set for how long the alternate members are.
Yes, there is. There's the same period in the statutes. Look at the statutes. It's section 12.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Michael wants to speak.
I would go for, if any alternative member comes into a seat and replaces a seat, it's always voted on the next General Assembly who has the seat for, if it's a 2-year period, it's always decided if he's like in 3 months or 4 months until the year General Assembly, that this alternative member stands down. It's only for the period until the new voting period, and this seat is then voted on for 1 year only. If it was for a 2-year seat, he'll probably get re-elected anyway. So
like if he's good enough, then he will be elected to the seat. So I don't feel problem there. If we would work that the seat is always re-elected for 1 year, then we would need like all change to the rules, and you wouldn't have these alternating half of the board always elected. Think.
I only want to prevent work for the CUA, so that's it's just a clarification.
Linda?
Okay,
Would
I
it be best to
understand
say
the
that
proposal.
alternates that have to fill a position only fill it until the next GA?
Idea.
No, that would break the half of the
Did you
board
hear me?
members is always elected.
Oh. Yeah, no, I mean, we're talking about alternates, how long they will sit. And my understanding is that as an alternate, you go in and fill that position until the next time there's an opportunity to elect, because electing somebody is more valuable than moving up. So wouldn't it be the most correct position that an alternate sits until the next GA?
Oh, well, I would like to prevent unnecessary votes for the General Assembly. So, and I don't feel like the alternate who stepped up is less valuable. He also was elected, but there wasn't enough positions in the board for him to get in. But he might have like same support, and only a tie was decided by a drawing lot or something like that. So I don't feel like the alternates are less with less mandate.
Yes, the actual seat, the years, the 2 years, doesn't change. But if an alternate takes over a seat, it is only until the next General Assembly. That would be because alternates can only get voted in this 1 year period just to fill the seat until there is a possibility of a new election. It could be possible that he'll get re-elected and it's not a problem, but we always have to give a chance for democracy, and maybe there are other candidates, and this seat will only fill for 1 year longer because it's a 2-year seat, you know, and then the system will never change.
Well, yeah, that's a valid argument. I don't see the reason for that, but if you want to create a proposal on spot for that, or if you don't want vote on proposal 5 because of this, I want to hold you accountable. I mean, grudge against you. I understand your position.
Okay, apologies, I was a little bit distracted the last 3 to 4 minutes. So is anybody on a speaking list? The proposal is complete in the minutes, right?
Yes, we can discuss if we want to vote them, or there was motion to vote them all separately. I would say that proposals 2 and 3 can be voted together because they are so minor changes that they don't change anything.
Yeah, who has proposed to do separate round of vote? Was it Marco?
Yes.
Yes, Marco, are you okay if we vote them separately but do 2 and 3 together?
Yes, for me, actually, I propose to vote separately to make it clearer, but if there is a consensus and no one else wants to vote them separately, I'm okay also for voting them together. It's more like, if I'm the only one.
I feel there is opposition to proposal 5, so I want at least this one to be voted separately, so it wouldn't kill all the others.
Yes. So I'm now see something written in a pink color, which is.
Yeah, that's alternate proposal to the proposal 5 because people want.
Okay, the remainder of the time till the next day, or the remainder of the term of the position. Okay, see, this is 2 different proposals.
That could be actually longer, maybe, but I'm not sure.
Okay, good. So, are there any last questions, or so we would vote, to my understanding, on proposal.
We would vote 1 to 4 together if nobody opposes that. Then we would vote between the 2 5 proposals.
Yes,
and then the winning one.
Okay, exactly. Thank you for helping me out. It is a little bit late. So yeah, so if there is no one object, then we would go exactly as just discussed.
No.
So I will wait till the question is written in the minutes in the proper way. So yes. Okay, so do we accept the proposals 1 to 4? Pirate Party of Austria.
Yeah.
Pirate Party of Brazil.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Yes. Can Brazil say it again, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Pirate Party of Chile.
Yes.
Now Pirate Party of Czechia. Sorry. Czech Republic?
Yes.
Thank you. So Pirate Party of France.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Germany.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Hungary is not present. Pirate Party of Italy.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Israel.
Yes.
Pirate Party of the Netherlands. Yes. Internet Party of the New Zealand.
Yes.
Yes. Pirate Party of Norway.
No.
No. Pirate Party of Poland is not present anymore. Pirate Party of Slovakia.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Switzerland.
No.
Sorry. Was no. No. Okay. No. So we have 2 no's and no abstentions, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 10 yes. So the motion have passed. So okay, so then we have a vote between the proposal 5A and 5B. A or B. A is if alternate members follow up a position, they do so for the remainder of the term of the position. And B is if alternate member follows up a position, they do so for the remainder of time till the next GA. So, Pirate Party of Austria, A or B?
B.
B. Pirate Party of Brazil.
Abstain.
Pirate Party of Chile.
B.
Pirate Party of Czech Republic. Wojtek, your voice muted.
Sorry, A.
A. Pirate Party of Germany.
B.
I think you skipped France.
Yes. Pirate. Oh, sorry, I forgot France. Sorry. Pirate Party of France.
A.
Thank you. Pirate Party of Hungary is not present. Pirate Party of Italy.
A.
Pirate Party of Israel.
A.
Pirate Party of the Netherlands. A in the chat. Pirate Party of New Zealand. Internet Party of New Zealand, sorry.
A.
A. Pirate Party of Norway.
B.
B. Pirate Party of Poland is not present. Pirate Party of Slovakia.
A.
Abstain? Yes.
A.
Oh, A. You have some audio difficulties.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. A. Pirate Party of Switzerland.
A.
A. So we have A equals, so
Four.
yes. So 7 for A, 4 for B. So we would vote on A. And so option A. So we vote on option A now. Pirate Party of Austria, and we need 2/3 majority now.
Yes.
Yes. Pirate Party of Brazil.
Yes.
No. Was it a no? I see yes in the minutes. Dan, can you please repeat?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Pirate Party of Chile.
Yes.
Pirate Party of the Czech Republic.
Yes.
Pirate Party of France.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Germany.
No.
Pirate Party of Hungary is not present. Pirate Party of Italy.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Israel.
Yes.
Pirate Party of the Netherlands. Yes, in the chat. Pirate Internet Party of New Zealand.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I guess till the end of the meeting I will manage it. Pirate Party of Norway.
No.
No. Pirate Party of Poland is not present. Pirate Party of Slovakia.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Switzerland.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. So we have one, 2 no's, right? And 10 yes. So motion carries and statutes are changed.
Yay!
So we've done through the statutes amendments in just 2.5 hours. So I would propose a small break now for 10 minutes, since we are here for almost 2.5 hours already, and go then into the motions and try to be like precise. And I don't want to shorten anything up, but just like be clear. And maybe in the meantime, we can copy paste the texts of the proposals into the minutes during the next 10 minutes. Okay?
Yeah, short technical notice. You can't change the template. It's a template. Line 9056 not present is not in the template. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, that would be actually good. Let me do that to remove them from the template, which the template is on line 1068. Okay, thank you for that technical remark. So the meeting is adjourned until 16:37.
Recording is paused.
Before we about the motion rules of procedure for permanent general assembly, no need to copy paste the text as it's linked to the motion that failed before.
Yes. Okay, so you withdraw it.
Yes.
That makes sense. Okay, so that is back. We restarted the recording. So the next agenda item is motions. And the first motion was the rules of procedure for permanent General Assembly, but since the corresponding change in statutes have not passed, this motion has been withdrawn. So we have the next one is individual membership only, put into the discourse by Michael Sinclair. Is there any pirate party that wants to sponsor this proposal?
Gregory, a bit,
Sorry?
too quick, but a little bit too quick. Just a
Too
question to these withdrawn rules of procedure.
Oh, yes.
I'm not sure that the
You're right.
rules of procedure are not necessary because the statute amendment is withdrawn. I think we
You're
can
correct,
we can installate rules of procedure for the permanent General Assembly as a rule, not as a part of the statutes. But if you have a rule for those permanent General Assembly, it makes sense, I think, as we can test it. And in this case, we have some rules. You understand?
I understand you. So the question is, since it has been withdrawn by the party who put it forward, is there anybody who wants to adopt the motion?
Yes, me.
So Germany adopts the withdrawn motion of Pirate Party France. Okay, do you want to introduce it?
Yeah, it's the idea to have the same system as you should adopt it in the statutes. And I think if we have such rules of procedure, we have it until the next official General Assembly, and we can test the procedures and we can test such motion buildings on a tool we have. And I think it makes sense to have it. That's it.
Okay, so we can just copy paste the whole text. Okay, somebody who's taking the minutes can please copy paste the proposed rules of procedure. And in the meantime, I chair the meeting. So I see a hand raised from Wojtek.
Yes. Sorry, I'm check if I'm speaking. Yes, I'm speaking. Okay, I'm okay with these rules of procedure being adopted for the permanent assembly. I will not vote for them as I had not time to assess them completely, but I would suggest that we vote on them as a separate rules of procedure next to this one we have now. So we still would have rules of procedure for meetings in person, because we did not obliterate normal functioning. So if we want to go through rules of procedure as a standing, as a permanent assembly, okay, we can have them as a separate rules. And in this case, I think we should also discuss if we want to accept the rules for voting week. Because if we didn't accept the voting week as statute amendments, there was also rules of procedure change attached, and we should also discuss that then. But I'm not great supporter of either.
Okay.
Yeah, but the board can make a test week for such a thing to see whether it's going good or not so good. You can't do that without rules. Then you get the answer, there are no rules. And so I think if we have rules, it's better than we have no rules.
So if I understood correctly what Wojtek just said, he proposing to adopt this rules of procedure for standing General Assembly, not as a change to the current rules of procedure,
Right.
but as a completely new set of rules for permanent online JA, which is separate from the rules of procedure for the JA that we are having now.
Yes. That was my proposal.
Yeah. Because the text in the discourse says that we replace the current rules of procedure.
Okay.
That proposal that
Yeah.
is there.
Yeah, but because it's not change of statute, so we can do that now or
Yes.
today.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. So the question is, are you think that is ready to be voted on, or do you want to take it for offline for a couple of minutes and we make with other proposals first, and you look into it that it is like actually correct and fits without the
Yeah,
change?
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I will provide that proposal.
Okay, so we come back to that later, correct? Yeah. So Wojtek, are you agree with that? I see your hand raised.
I would just say that I'm prefer to abstain from voting on this one. So
Noted. Okay, good. So we move to the next. So we will handle this proposal at the end of other proposals. And so we now come to the proposal for the motion called individual membership only. And again, it's been proposed by Michael Sinclair in his individual quality as an individual, which makes sense for this proposal. So the question is there any party that will adopt it? And I see a raised hand from Roland.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to add to the last point that one could argue that voting week could be instated without any change of statutes, which I think already made the point. So voting on this is a possibility if you want it, and if you want to try it. If not, it's also fine with me. The other thing is I don't understand why would we vote on rules of procedure that are never actually gonna be or are not going to do anything. I mean, you can just try a set of rules that are not accomplishing anything anyway. But as long as they are not in the statutes, you can't vote on, or you can't put them in place anyway.
you can.
Yes, I agree with Wojtek. Let's discuss.
Well, how? Sorry, but why did we need a statute amendment then at all?
We didn't. I said it. We didn't need the statute amendment for the voting week.
No, for the other one, for the one that Bastian now took over.
Let's have a discussion later when we come back to that, okay? Because we just need to to hold open thread, and it's just in the mental capacity, and it's not that easy. So we will come back to that, okay? And then we will clear that. So the question is, if you agree, so is there any party that wants to adopt the proposal from Michael Sinclair, individual membership only? I don't see it. So going 3, going twice, going once. Not sold. So we're moving on. Since this have not been adopted by a party, it is not, it's off agenda. So we come into the motion, it calls reduce member of members. It's a proposal from Wojtek, from Party of Czech Republic. Wojtek, please.
Yeah, I put it together just now, or at the start of the meeting. We permanently have the problem that we are running on like the edge of the ability to work, as there is many members who are not active or not maybe even existing. And we as the General Assembly currently don't have power to just expel somebody. The work as it is done in the statutes is that the board needs to propose to the Court of Arbitration to either exclusion, sorry, I'm not thinking in front of me, either exclusion or suspension of membership of some members. So I propose that the General Assembly asks the board to propose exclusion or suspension of membership of members that were not active within PPI for the last 3 years. I think this can be found out easily, that somebody will just track the last 3 General Assemblies, what parties were present or contacted and answered, and then forwards to the Court of Arbitration this proposal to either exclusion of them or suspension of their membership to the Court of Arbitration. And I think 3 months is a reasonable term. And if this won't work because it won't go through the Court of Arbitration, then we will know, and we can propose some change to the statutes that would actually allow us to get rid of inactive and non-working members in some quicker or more efficient way. And if this does work, we will be able to be more efficient or not reliable on any single one of us to be there to work. So that's my proposal.
Any questions?
I would actually like to ask the members of the board if they think these terms, the 3-year term and the 3-month term in the proposal, are reasonable.
Well, Bailey, do you want to go?
Yeah, so I think it's a good idea, especially because, you know, it's like when you have like so many inactive members, and we depend on, you know, we depend on them for quorum, and it can just make things really, you know, a little bit close when you're trying to have a GA, for example, and like you are barely making your quorum because you have so many of your members that are not even active anymore. So I definitely think this is a good thing to do. It's a good thing to look into. And yeah, I like it.
Okay, Mike?
Can't we just set up a system that instead of outright expulsion, they would just be moved to observers?
Would what?
Just move such parties to observers. I don't think the statutes are including such an option, but it would be nice.
Yeah.
Yes, it.
Yeah. Okay, Wojciech, please.
Yeah, I try to follow the letter of the statutes, so I don't think we have the power anywhere to move somebody from one to the other, but maybe we have. And that's why I provided either exclusion or suspension. If we think that the party exists or in some capacity can be reached, but just wasn't active, I would propose suspension. And if they are no longer existent, then I think board should put forward exclusion.
Okay, good. I don't see any raised hand or any more questions. I would like to come to voting now. This is a simple motion and it needs a simple majority.
Linda has raised.
Oh, Linda has raised the vote. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Linda, please.
I apologize because I'm host. I don't have the raise hand option, so that's why I have to do it in this old-fashioned stupid manner. Yeah. But I agree that if we don't have any contact with somebody, we can't even establish if they exist, then we should just move them to observer status. I think that's a good midway point. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. So if no other is jumping to the microphone, and I don't see any raised hands or nobody waving wildly. Okay, so we come to the voting, and as I said, it's a simple majority. So Pirate Party of Austria.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Brazil.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Chile.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Czech Republic.
Yes.
Pirate Party of France.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Germany.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Italy.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Israel.
Yes.
Internet Party. Oh, sorry, Pirate Party of the Netherlands. Just want to make it right, and I. Okay, yes, in the chat. Internet Party of New Zealand.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Norway.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Slovakia.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Switzerland. Sorry, was it a...
Yes.
Thank you. So it is unanimous, so motion passed.
Yay.
Great job.
It's not unanimous because New Zealand say yes.
I was just gonna say that was intentional. I corrected before and put like an E instead of an I, but it's intentional with the accent. Yes.
Okay, good. So the next motion called Move Rules to GitHub, also from Pirate Party of Czech Republic. Wojtek, your floor.
Yeah, thank you. Well, this one is like more personal than anything. I think it would be better for our discussion. And I think if we had our rules as part international on GitHub or similar platform where everyone can see, propose a change, discuss that change, and pull the change into their own change or something like that. But we are not using it as a party, so I cannot like vouch that it is a good way to do. But I know that in other cases this was used, and I think it would be useful. And my experience with discussion of changes and their proposals and everything moved me to maybe propose this, but I'm not sure if it would work, but I think we can try it.
Okay.
And also I had one more thing. I had experienced that the rules on the web of Pirate Parties International and rules in the wiki of Pirate Parties International were different. So we should have this established.
Thank you for noting. I wasn't aware that they were different. I wasn't even aware that we have rules on the website. I only know the wiki version. Okay, and any questions? Okay, Manuel.
Thank you. My question is regarding that, is this motion focused on the idea of using GitHub for the PPI, or is it to use mainly a Git system for PPI? Because, for example, I have moral objections to the use of GitHub in the PPI. I would prefer the use of GNU Savannah that makes nearly the same purpose. So that's my question. The idea is to use GitHub or a Git system.
I specifically put GitHub or similar platform into the motion. So if anyone knows better tool regarding accessibility and openness, yes, it is for it need to be understandable, to be able to log in like freely and be able to fork and propose changes and discuss them. That's
all right.
Okay. So my comments of it, PPI already historically have a GitHub team, Pirate Parties International. I have raised hand from Roland, Marco, and Linda. So, and if Manuel, if you want to add something, you're gone on the end of that list, okay? So, Roland.
Just a question: is this additional to this course? Because I think GitHub is for most guys like really hard to understand if you're not a programmer or using this regularly.
well, I think that the discussion of rules that is done on this course would be better done on GitHub or similar. But so yes, I don't want to discuss on 2 or 3 different platforms. I want to discuss rules of changes of rules on one platform.
Okay, Marco.
Yeah, my question is more. Yeah, I am a software developer, so I am pretty used to Git and GitHub systems. My question is if with this proposal we would make the master branch in GitHub or in the Git server that we choose the authoritative one. What I mean is that we would still have a published version on the website, I guess, for who wants to read that. And I mean, since sometimes there can be problems with the, how can I say, updating, etc. I am asking if with this motion, we would have that the GitHub version would become the authoritative one, while the one on the website would become the copy, sort of.
Well, as the right now, the authoritative version is on Wiki. The one on the website, as we learned, is non-functioning. I would prefer for having the authoritative version on the Git then. Yeah, move all the rules. It's not just the statutes, it's also rules of procedure report, statutes of pirate parties headquarters, and maybe something else. What else?
My turn?
Yes, I'm sorry. Linda.
Thank
please.
you, Chair. Yes, I would like to know explicitly what are the issues using discourse that would necessitate moving to a pay per member platform at $4 per contributor. From what I've seen, discourse is free. It covers the need that we have. I don't understand why we need to go to a platform that everybody that participates have to pay. I think that would reduce participation. And I haven't heard any explicit explanation about what the problem is with discourse. I would like to know what the problem is, please.
Okay, first of all, I'm not aware that you need to pay for GitHub. I'm using it for I don't know how long and never paid anything to anyone for that. Because all the work I do here is public and I don't need an organization more than is available through just the free use. Second of all, I think it would be much better to have the text of the statutes there, and if you propose some change to it, it is visible how we fork it, what's the difference between those two proposals in exact words next to each other. And so, and I think it provides much of the functionality that we need to be able to properly discuss changes to the rules. But it's just my opinion. If I have like this experience with it, but I don't know if everyone else has. So If not, let it be.
Okay, I see still raised hands from Marco and Roland. Is it old or is it a new?
It's a new one.
Okay, I guess that. So Marco, please go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask to Manuel, what are the concerns, the ethical concerns about the use of GitHub? Is because it's now owned by Microsoft, or there are other reasons as well?
There are other reasons also, Marco. Apart from the point that now Microsoft owns, GitHub is the issue that, as far as I'm concerned, as is a US-based enterprise, we don't have the same guarantees that we could have another system like Discord or others regarding the privacy of our data. And as far as I know, it also maintains the controversy that has to comply with the US State Department guidelines regarding sanctions of nations. You can't use GitHub in Venezuela, in Syria, and soon enough in China, you won't be able to use GitHub. And I'm now trying to look for the document of the High Commissioner of Human Rights, but I think that GitHub appeared on the list of enterprises that collaborate with the establishment of settlements in the West Bank. So those are my objections, if proven true, of using GitHub by the PPI.
Thank you.
Okay.
Could you write you proposed an alternative, if I'm not wrong? Can you write down that?
Okay. So I would like to remark, following up on that, that GitHub was blocked for a short time in Russia on Roskomnadzor order, that because they didn't like something that was published on GitHub. So it could happen again and also in other countries. The alternative would be something self-hosted, for example. Roland, please.
I just want to point out that to me this is not so much a tool discussion, but a discussion about inclusion, about how easy it is to understand. And I think a forum is something that most people do understand very easily. I don't think people, especially like with reading disorders or something, can easily work on GitHub. So this is the main topic I want to talk about.
Wojtek, please.
Okay, I feel that there is concerns about this motion, and some of them are more than valid. So I'm not going to waste anyone more time with it, and I withdraw this motion.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is withdrawn. Is there anybody who wants to adopt it? So the motion is withdrawn.
Yes.
Okay, no, Marco, yes, please.
Yes, I would like to adopt it with a modification.
Go ahead, please.
Maybe it's better if I write it down.
Yes, perhaps, yeah. I just know what to do in the meantime.
I will write.
Mike, Jill, is it you have a clapping hand symbol, and I know you cannot use the raised hand symbol. So is it that you raised hand, or was it?
Sorry, it's been there for hours, probably.
It's reloaded.
GitLab. Well, there are comments in the chat from Netherlands that GitLab rules. Good choice, France. And because France have also posted a link to sources, partipirati.org, users/sign-in. And so there's some comments in the chat from Internet Party of New Zealand. Also said GitLab is good. And Chile said GitLab could be a compromise. Also, GNU Savannah could be an option. I'm just trying to stretch time a little bit till Marco is finished typing. I have a question regarding it currently. So I understand the advantage of Git system is to be able to see changes easily, what have been changed. It used to be easy with our wiki too, so you can see the changes that have been adopted from edit to edit until we migrated to a new wiki and kind of lost the old changes. But is the move to Git or the necessity for Git is this to see the changes easily, or is it really this creating a web of different versions and pull requests? So, and I see raised hand from Manuel and also Wojtek, if you want to say something. So Manuel, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to correct myself because I just saw the report from the High Commissioner of Human Rights of the United Nations, and GitHub is not on the list of collaborators on Israeli settlements. So
okay.
I would like to stick that.
Thank you
to
very much.
withdraw as an argument against GitHub. Thank you.
Thank you. It's not only about the versions and see what was changed when, but also about proposals to change and proposals to change to the proposals of change. I think because this is what is happening when the discussions of some rules are happening, and forum is rather is this Discord or discourse or anything else. When you are proposing changes to the proposed changes, you, I think, need a version system. Or you don't need a version system, but version system could be useful.
So I have a silly question, maybe, to also to see to get a time. There seems to be a Git integration for discourse. Could we apply that? I don't know exactly, to use discourse as a front end to Git for making those changes?
I think it would fulfill the motion as it is posted, because there is stated in my original version GitHub or similar platform.
It's called Discourse Code Review plugin. And I haven't looked into it yet. So it just like was very fast browsing. Okay, so I think the text from Marco is finished. It's in the Zoom chat. So let's transfer it into the minutes. It's already there. So General Assembly asked the board to move all PPI statutes and all other its rules and bylaws into a self-hosted Git server with an HTTP interface available chosen by the board, where changes can easily be proposed, discussed, changed, and adopted. Okay. So Marco, is it your motion?
Yes.
Are we ready to vote on it, or is it any more discussions and questions needed?
Do we need it self-hosted? Like, yeah.
Can I reply?
Sure.
Yeah, the meaning is that we need something on which we have control, and if we want it to be available with sort of our rules, given the various objections and also the comment by Gregory on the unavailability of GitHub in Russia, I mean, that could happen also with other platform. Yeah, it could happen even with our platform. But I would say that depending on the Git platform, I mean, it shouldn't be a too big impact if it's used only for documentation on one side, on one part, and on the other part, it will guarantee that we have the control over what's happening. But if you have another proposal that would fit sort of this requirement, then it's okay.
I'm just concerned about the amount of work that would need to go into that.
I see a hand raised from Desert Troll.
Yeah, thank you. So if I understand this right, we're moving everything, also the discussion, over to a Git service, and this basically means we shut down the forum?
No.
When the discussion is not happening there anymore?
Wait, we have forum?
Let's say like this, with this proposal, when you want to discuss about a change, you do that on the forum. But when you want to implement it, like in legal code, then you have to do it on the Git server, because that's how I sort of understood and appreciated Wojtek's proposal, in the sense that, yeah, we can talk as much as we want, but then when we have to seriously propose a change, then we will propose the change as we mean it, as we word it on the Git server, as a let's say in a patch to the code, as a commit request.
Okay, so there's a comment from Bastian in the chat, which reads sudo apt-get install git. It's Miley. So basically, I think it says that it's quite easy to install it, and we already have machines to do it, so it would be not a big deal for us to host a Git system.
Well, the interface, well, not okay.
We'll see about it. So I think that we are ready. We're ready to vote, and so I'm calling. So I don't hear any rejections of that. Okay, so Pirate Party of Austria, please.
No.
No. Pirate Party of Brazil. Sorry, abstain.
Gregory.
Sorry?
Gregory, just have to drive my girls to one activity and give my proxy to Bailey. So Bailey will do the vote for Switzerland. I'll be back in some minutes. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. We have temporary change of delegations. The Bailey is now delegate for the Swiss. Okay, thank you. So Pirate Party of Chile, your vote, please.
Yes.
Yes. Pirate Party of Czechia.
Yes.
Pirate Party of France.
Abstain.
Abstain. Pirate Party of Germany.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Italy.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Israel.
Yes.
Pirate Party of the Netherlands. Yes, in chat. Internet Party of New Zealand.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Norway.
No.
No. Pirate Party of Slovakia.
Yes.
Yes. And Pirate Party of Switzerland.
Abstain.
Abstain. So let's tally. I count 7.5 votes yes, 3 abstentions, and 2 noes. So the motion have passed. Yes. Oh, it shouldn't be .5. Something else should be also .5, right?
Should be 7. Yes.
Yes, it's 7. Yeah, sorry, me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So motion passed regardless of my confusion. Okay, good. So we would come back to the adopted proposal for the rules of procedure for the permanent online GA. Bastian, are you ready?
Yes, I fight it with the discourse very much. So we have a new proposal. It's quite the same proposal as before. I erased some typos and that's it. And the proposal was called rules of procedure for whatever. Just a moment. Procedure of a permanent General Assembly, and there's no change of that old proposal, so we have no problem with, to handle the motion, and exactly the same, except the first sentence that refers to the statute amendments. So it gives you the liberty to call out for permanent General Assembly for a test session maybe, and we have the rules, and so it's going fine. Otherwise, it could be, we can do that as a board anyway, but it might be a problem if anybody says it's illegal. So we have rules for procedure to handle that nice tool, and that's it. That's the only thing. Take it easy and try, and we will find out whether it's going on or not.
Can we have the written text in the minutes on line 1091, something like that?
Yeah, yes, of course.
Thank you very much. And
Gregory?
yes?
Please, I need to leave for approx 1 hour, so my proxy goes back, and I hope I will be soon back.
Great. So
okay.
Change of delegation. The Pirate Party of Slovakia vote is now represented by Mike Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And see you soon. Okay, so we do have the text. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, are there any questions to that? On the proposal, rules of procedure for permanent General Assembly. And it's based on the original proposal from the Pirate Party of France. and to come up as a question already, so we do have in the statutes the permanent GA. It just doesn't have any rules yet. So that would implement the rules for the permanent GA. Okay. So I remember I cut off Austria before. So Roland, do you want to speak?
So if I get this right, we're now voting on establishing the rules, even though that we have agreed that those are not gonna be in place then. They're just there forever when we need them.
Okay, Bastian, it's your turn to answer.
Yeah. Yes and no. Yes, it's not binding. We have not really a permanent General Assembly, but if we want to test one, how it works, we can use this rule of procedure, and we are not illegal. And I won't have any problems with COA that anybody will file a case that it's illegal what we are doing now, and the board will is not working along our statutes. So we have that, and it's maybe you discussed it or not, and if you vote on it, we have that, and we can refer to that.
And if I may, to Roland, we have Article 11, paragraph 4 in the statutes already that says a permanent online e-democracy systems allowing for decision making of General Assembly between its meetings shall be put in place where issues can be raised, initiatives started, suggestion made, and progress checked until a final vote can be cast. So this one is already in the statutes. So, but it's no way, it's not described how it's actually happening. So this rules of procedure could serve to fill this article in the statutes with life and actually used for decisions. Okay.
So, may I?
Yes, sure.
So this means we have been voting on a statute amendment that's not going to happen, and now put the same thing into the hands of the board?
No, you can't make decisions. You can make you can have a meeting. It's not official General Assembly. You can have a meeting to test how it works. That's all. And if you want to make decisions, you have a real General Assembly, and that's it doesn't hurt anything. Yeah.
But who decides?
The assembly is called for by the board. It's not the General Assembly as mentioned in the statutes. You see?
Oh, okay, sorry. That was my misunderstanding then. So this is a test run, right?
Right. And I'm quite convinced that it's a good idea to have a test run with rules, and the rules should be made by the General Assembly, and so we can do that today, and we have a system we can try out and feel good or not, and we can make the decision on the next General Assembly.
Okay, I see a raised hand from Linda. Linda, your turn.
Thank you, Chair. Is there anything in the current statutes that prevents the board from just implementing a test run of permanent General Assembly for 3 months and evaluating the outcome?
Yes.
Would you care to explain more than just yes?
Yeah, the board could call an extraordinary session, but the extraordinary session would go with the current rules of procedure, so not in this way. If we want to go in a way where there is like 5-week cycle with weeks 1 and 2 for tabling motions, weeks 2 and 3 for debate and amendments, and week 4 for voting, then we need some rules for that, because board cannot create rules for the General Assembly. The General Assembly needs to adopt its own rules.
Any more questions?
Not a question, but a statement.
Okay, good. Go ahead, please.
We just voted that we're not going to have it, and now we say we're going to have a test run until next year. What's the point of that? What's the democratic reasoning behind that?
Okay. Was it it was a statement? Okay. Manuel, then Linda.
Thank you, Chair. My question is if wouldn't be a position to create a little bit more consensus regarding this issue if this becomes I don't know how to say it in English, a temporary annex to the statute of the PPI, so it can be explicitly stated as a test run, just like we were discussing before that the rules of rotation of the members of the board was a transitionary excerpt in the statute. Couldn't this idea of a permanent general assembly be established in the statutes just like that as a transitionary annex?
No, that's not the motion. It's not the motion to make an annex to the statutes. It's just the motion to have rules of procedure for a permanent assembly, and that if we decide about a permanent assembly, we should be clear what we are doing, and so we can test it without any problems and without any negative responses. And I'm quite eager to test it with some articles we can use for, and that's it hurts nobody. It makes no problems, but it's a good way to have a fundament for making such a test assembly. So the board has to decide anyway to make a test assembly, but it's easy for the board to do that without any problems.
All right, thank you.
Linda, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm experiencing technical difficulties where my my iPad will not charge, so I may drop out at any minute. So I just wanted to let you know that if that happens, my vote will go to Sven Morkdal. He is currently driving, so if you lose both of us, my vote on this issue is no.
Okay, good.
If you lose both of you, the General Assembly will be suspended as we will not have a quorum.
Well,
I'm here now, if you can hear me.
Yes, you can.
Is the background noise annoying?
No, it's absolutely good.
Okay, then I can take over Linda if she drops off.
Okay, good. So, are we ready to vote?
Well, actually, I have one strong problem.
Yep.
In the proposed Article 7, number 4, there is, well, new rule actually that the modification of rules of procedure needs 2/3 majority. And I think this should at least specify that only these rules of procedure, not the other one that we have.
You're correct. I erased it. It's straight out.
Yeah, that was a different remark. It was regarding line.
Yeah, I erased that voters for medication for statutes. That's it guides you on the wrong way.
Yes. Are we good now to vote, or any other final remarks? I don't see anyone waving, so let's try to get through the vote. So, Pirate Party of Austria.
No.
Pirate Party of Brazil.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Chile.
No.
Pirate Party of Czechia.
Abstain.
Pirate Party of France.
No.
Pirate Party of Germany.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Italy.
Abstain.
Pirate Party of Israel.
Abstain.
Pirate Party of the Netherlands. Yes. Internet Party of New Zealand.
Yes.
Yes. And Pirate Party of Norway.
Nope.
Pirate Party of Slovakia. It's now Mike.
That's me. Yes, why not?
Yes. And Pirate Party of Switzerland.
Abstain.
Abstain. So let's tally. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yes. 1, 2. No, that's not true. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 yes. 1, 2, 3 no's. And the rest is abstain. So 1, 3, 4 abstains.
1, 2, 3.
So the motion.
Oh, I see 4 no's and 5 yeses.
You see 4 no's?
Yeah, no.
1, 2, 3, 4. I see 4 no's. Yes, 4 no's.
4 no's.
And
5 yeses, but they are half, so 4 yes. And
it's a tie.
it's a tie, so it fails.
Yeah, again, as always. So let's see what the rules of procedure says for tie.
It failed.
I think it's defeated, and that is. Okay. In the event of a tie.
No worry about that. It was a try.
We have
It's
a good
okay.
rules of procedure. It clears everything. It says Article 6, paragraph 5. In the event of a tie, the motion is defeated. Abstention not taken into account. So the motion is defeated. But it was close shave. Okay, good. So we are through the official voting marathon. Congratulations. And we are quite okay in the time, actually. So the election of alternate board members replacement is not necessary anymore, as the amendment was passed that was removed the precise number of alternate members. And we still have 3 alternate members on the roll. So now, how to proceed? Because we have like half an hour. We could do it the back camp, and everything is prepared for that. We also have any other business, and there is one item raised for the use of the software for video conferencing for that, and news advancement, and also the PPI public statement on the COVID-19 crisis. So, Bailey, what do you think?
Well, I think actually Linda had her hand up before me, so I'd like to let Linda speak first.
Okay, good. Linda?
I yield my my time on the floor to.
Okay, good. So, Bailey?
Okay. So yeah, so there's, I guess it, well, there's a couple of ways we can go about this. So maybe we could just ask everyone, like, how are you guys feeling? Do you want to do like a breakout group session, like the bar camp thing that we brought up earlier? Gregory has that ready to go if that's something that you guys want to do. Or we could just, you know, have a discussion, because I mean, there's a couple of things, like we have any other business, there's a couple of things that I want to bring up with you guys. I also think that we should get some direct feedback from you about what we've kind of been working on so far. I'm just really interested in like hearing people's thoughts about that. Like, what do you like? What do you not like? What are some things that you would like to see from us going forward, or not see from us going forward? Like, I feel like it's really, really, really important to have that discussion. And I would just like to make sure that we get to do it. So yeah, like, what do you guys think? I mean, we can do like the bar camp thing. We definitely have the time, but how is everybody feeling? Are you like
to explain a little bit, maybe somebody is not really known what the barcamp is because we're just using the
Good
term.
idea.
So basically, the barcamp is an ad hoc discussion group with a whiteboard, and people propose. We don't have preset topics, but the people from the audience can propose a topic. So I personally would, for example, would like to talk about the Pirate Manifesto for PPI, and somebody would like to talk about something else. And if people want to talk with me about the Pirate Political Manifesto, we would go into a breakout room and use the whiteboard there to collect ideas. It would go for say 20 minutes. It doesn't need to be very long. And then we come back and present in 1 minute the results, the whiteboard and whatever. And we have I have set up four parallel rooms. So we don't need to use all of that. We can use also 3 or 2, but something not. The idea is that people only participate that really like to participate in the idea, because they have to choose where you go to. So we could also move some of these topics like the feedback in a smaller round. If you really want to give feedback, you're welcome to do it like Bailey's room, for example, like that. We could do that. So small straw poll. So how you feel about continuing? So do you like the barcamp or continue in a traditional way, going through agenda? I guess we can call the delegates, right? So Pirate Party of Austria.
Or I think Etienne.
Oh, sorry, Etienne. Yeah.
No, I was saying that I am in favor of barcamp.
Okay, we can do that. So I just try to do it fast, not to lose time in discussion about it. So Austria.
Abstain. We'll do whatever you do.
Abstain, whatever we do. Okay, Brazil.
I abstain.
Chile.
Abstain.
Czechia.
Don't care.
Nice. So France was barcamp. Germany.
Yeah, we can do what you want. No problem about that. Maybe in this case we should finish the last points on agenda and close the official agenda, and then we can do so many barcamps as you want until the pilot beer.
This is also an option. Okay, so Pirate Party of Germany finish, then barcamp later. Italy.
Whatever.
Sorry?
Whatever.
Whatever. Israel.
Abstain.
Abstain. Netherlands. Finish and barcamp later. Okay. Internet Party of New Zealand.
It's 4 a.m. here, so I'm in favor of wrapping things.
Sure.
I'm open to barcamps if the topic's interesting.
Okay.
No.
Norway. And Svein, I think. Oh no, Linda's still there.
I'm still here. I'm still here by 2% charge, but I would like to discuss what you guys want from us at Pirate Beer, because I think we're all tired, we're all fed up, but I really want you to complete the needs assessment, or at least talk to us about what you want. So we can do that at Pirate Beer. It doesn't have to be official. So I say, let's just close the General Assembly.
Okay, finish barcamp later or whatever. Okay, Slovakia. That's Mike.
Oh, sorry. Abstain.
And Switzerland.
Abstain. I'm happy with whatever.
Okay, so I don't know what to do with that, because a lot of people are like just whatever, and I heard 2 people said finish and barcamp afterwards. So I think that is what we were gonna do.
Finish and then barcamp after.
Yeah, so finish the official part and then do the barcamp in unofficial part. Without recording, because it makes no sense, because everybody will be in the breakout room anyway, right? So
yeah. And I mean, for future GAs, we can always try to like incorporate the bar camp thing more into it. Like we can, I don't know how we would do that, but I feel like, I don't know, maybe in the future we could, when we come back for our next GA, maybe we could figure out a way to like make that an actual part of things. I don't know how, but it would be cool is all I'm saying. Because I really like the bar camp idea. I really like the idea of like, just spicing things up a little, you know?
Okay, I would like to rush a little bit, even because people said it's already like quite a long time and everything. So we have any other business, and we have the two things there, or three things there. And so use of software for video conferencing is tabled by Keith's handwriting, but I'm not sure if he's tabled it or just minutes. No, he's shaking the hand. So who has tabled that? Bailey, do you know that?
Well, I know that that's a thing that I wanted to talk about with everyone here. I was hoping that we could, but I would like to let Sherd speak because he has his hand up.
Yeah, Sherd, please.
Thanks. I'm not official delegate here, so thanks for the time. I would like to bring to the table that I would like the PPI to take the lead for a campaign in getting some attention to Assange. And I would like to hear if there are people who want to participate in this.
Assange campaign.
Assange campaign. Oh,
Hashtag Pirates for Assange.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I had hard time understanding. Okay, so this is additional point, right? So it is not relating to the software for video conferencing.
Correct.
Yes, this is yet additional topic. So let's put it in the end. Okay, so may I talk? So I understand with Zoom, there have been complaints. We received official complaint from the Pirate Party of Catalonia that they asked us to use open source software instead of Zoom, namely Jitsi, and said that they use Jitsi in a way for big meetings that everybody switch off the video and only the speaker is seen and the server can handle that. So we understand that, so we had an internal discussion and also mayor's been getting back and forth. So we understand that it's possible to use Jitsi with many people, or we had 36 people today as a maximum, I think. If everybody switched off the video, it would be possible, but then we could also use Mumble, or there would be no need in a video conferencing system. So we discussed and said like having actually to be able to see each other is an advantage, to see the raised hand, to see people waving at the camera. And we could not see alternative to paid software. So we could not see how Jitsi can handle it. We have tried several times. And since Pirate Party of Norway sponsors this session and provides us a Zoom room for free, we were just happy about it. And I understood now that there is also implication besides the pure technical one. There's also aspect of like publicity, and people don't like Zoom because it's been talked about badly in the press, and perceivably do not transport the pirate values of freedom and whatever that clearly that other software does. So, and I understood that this wish not to use Zoom is not only like let's use Jitsi, it's sad, but sometimes for some people it was use anything else but Zoom. It was just too late for this meeting my realization came too late. So for this meeting to actually address that at any meaningful way, but I had a conversation with Roland, and we will look into other paid software that we could use, like GoToMeeting or anything alternatives, commercial alternatives that could be used to replace Zoom. And I saw, so this was my statement. So, but I saw hands raised from Sjoerd and also Bailey.
Mike.
And Mike is waving. So, okay, Sjoerd, Mike, and then Bailey.
Sorry, I didn't have anything new to say.
Okay, so it was from previously. Okay, Mike.
I do not really want to discard the Catalonian opinion, but I just wanted to ask if is there any party present that has problem with Zoom?
Me? I have not a problem with Zoom. I have a problem with the data protection of Zoom and so on. That's we have to discuss that maybe. I think if we discuss that longer, it will end in a strict tool discussion. So I would suggest that we test some professional tools that's by the board maybe, and then we come together and find out what's a reasonable solution under the GDPR and so on, so we can provide it to our members. And I think we stop this discussion about the tools if we have no alternative. We should use such an alternative first, and then we have to discuss it. And I think every proposal is very welcome, which tool is sufficient for our use. It's only for general assemblies. It's had nothing to do with Pirate Beer or something like this. This is private, but it's an official meeting. And if we have official meetings, we should use tools which are not in a discussion about data security, data protection. So that's my opinion as a member of a party of Germany delegation.
And then there's in the chat Roland too, but Bailey first.
Okay, so I just want to like explain to you guys a little bit, like now Gregory did go into this, but I just like I want you to hear it from me also. And I know that like I've said this like a whole bunch of times in like a whole bunch of chats and stuff, but we didn't pick Zoom for this GA, and we don't pick Zoom for anything because we think Zoom is this like wonderful, amazing tool. Like we know about the problems with it, and like we definitely like agree that it's not like it's not a good, it's not like the best thing to use. Definitely not. But at the same time, like we were when we were talking about this GA and how we were going to actually do it, we were just kind of like, well, we need to keep things simple. That was like part of our goal here with organizing this GA, is keeping things simple. And we just kind of decided, like, you know, it worked last time pretty well. We used it before. Let's just go with it. Let's, you know, Zoom for the GA itself, and then we get Discourse for like the discussions beforehand. And yeah, and we just keep it really simple. We just make a decision and we go with it, and then we like, you know, invite that larger discussion at the GA itself. There's definitely disagreements between different pirates about whether or not free and open source software is the only thing that we should be using, because that's, you know, for some folks, I mean, so for some folks, it's like they can use free and nothing but free and open source software, and like that's super cool, and like I definitely like admire those people a lot. But at the same time, like it's not always possible or realistic for everyone to do that. And you know, so that in and of itself is a conversation. And I mean, personally, like I prefer FOSS tools over, you know, proprietary software. At the same time, it's like we need our tools to work, and Zoom was just kind of the thing that we knew would work. It worked in December. it worked previously, you know, even before that. And so, like I said, we just kind of went with it because we knew that it would work. We've been using it for like our pirate beer meetings also, and like part of that also is like we haven't been able to find an alternative that can actually support meetings with the number of people that we get sometimes. So like, you know, 30 to 50 people sometimes, you know, I mean, we have this GA today with lots of us, and then, you know, we have our like our online socials, our pirate beer that has like lots of participants a lot of the time. So we had like so basically it was like we either like be terrible pirates and use Zoom so that we can have all of these people join us and know that it will work and not have to worry about like the software crashing and stuff on us, or we like limit the number of participants in these things, or, you know, we figure out some like other complicated way of running things. And yeah, so that was kind of the reason we went with Zoom for this GA, is because like we needed things to work. It's not, and I'm not saying that like we're gonna keep doing this. Like we are like looking at alternatives to Zoom because we don't want to keep having to use Zoom when we know that people have issues with it. And I mean, we have issues with it, you know what I mean? Like I said, like we don't think that Zoom is this amazing tool. It's just the thing that it works. And yeah, you know, so I'm sorry. I think I'm like burning out a little bit. So I apologize if I'm not articulate right now, but yeah, so I just wanted you guys to understand the reasoning for that, and the fact that like we hear you when you say like, you know, you don't like Zoom, and like why are we using Zoom? Like we get it, like we hear you and we get it, we've always got it. It's just, you know, we kind of had to make a decision of like, you know, keep it simple, pick something. We knew we wouldn't be able to find a good alternative that we knew would actually work for a GA before this GA, so we ran with it. And hopefully before the next one, we can find a good alternative. And I mean, of course, we don't necessarily need video conferencing for these events. We can totally just do audio if that's what people want. Then again, some people really like the video element. You know, it depends on who you talk to. But our hope is that we will find an alternative to Zoom that will, you know, be a lot more ethical than Zoom, and you know, that will also work for us, and that we can have lots of people in here and not have things crash. And yeah, you know what I'm saying? I just wanted you guys to like understand that, and I'm definitely interested in hearing your thoughts about this issue because it's important. And you know, we just wanted you to know that like we didn't, yeah, just that we hear you. And yeah, and I see we have two hands up. We have Manuel and we have Etienne.
No, we have Roland first.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
And then we have Marco and Etienne.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to point out that I think we have been discussing this in length, like for months now. So I'm not going to have the tool discussion. I just want to talk to you about early developments. First up, Bastian summed it up. What's going on and what we're looking for. We definitely need a tool who can handle all of this. So I think JIT is pretty much out of the picture. And we have pretty much the same discussion going on in PPU right now. And we also had some background talks there. And as the current situation stands, we're probably going to have a budget and a huge server. And the idea is now to try a big blue button, give it a chance if it works. I think for most of the things we do internally, like assemblies and something, we don't need like 50 videos in HD streaming. The proposed, we basically want PPI, PPU, and the private party in general to move into the correct direction and not just use what's convenient, even though it's against our values. So I hope we can make some progress there in the next months.
Yeah. Okay, Marco?
Yeah, I just wanted to warn that I am going out. There is the other Italian delegate, Edoardo Ferri, in this chat, so he will be onwards. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Marco.
Bye.
Sure.
Manuel?
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that we as pirates in Chile, we also have been having this trade-off between Mumble, Jitsi, Big Blue Button, and Zoom. And I just wanted to point out that according to alternative2.net, I just found out that we have 3 alternatives to both Zoom and Jitsi that we maybe should check them out sometimes, sometime in the future if we want to sell this dispute. Those are Big Blue Button, as I said, GNU Ring, that now is named Yami, and Tox. The 3 are open source, looks like they are free, and the 3 of them are capable of hosting video conferences and massive calls. I personally have tried a Big Blue Button in my university, and at least as a massive call, it works. And depending in who is hosting the meeting, can be used to for medium-sized video conferences.
Okay, I saw key hands up from Mike. So it's a procedural motion.
No, it was just for the minutes. What were the 3 platforms you mentioned? I didn't get the names.
Are Big Blue Button, Yami, Jami, and Tox, TOX.
I remember trying
TOX. Okay. Oh. Thank you. So I see a raised hand from Roland.
Etienne had his hand up before, actually.
Before that, okay, Etienne, sorry.
Not a problem. I personally, I don't mind using Zoom, but I understand the ethical issues that there is behind. But in my opinion, at a point we need to have to make a choice. There is free and open software solution, but actually none of them run like Zoom, except if we have bigger infrastructure. Sorry. It's an experience that we go through in France when we move to Mumble to Discord, but at the end, what we gain was more important than what we lost. So maybe we are on company software that is not open, and maybe there are ethical questions about data and stuff like that. But we have more people that come to see us, so I think it's a win-win solution. So in my opinion, we can use Zoom, but if there is a better solution, we should use it. But if we want to have more people coming, have like really smooth running meeting, I think Zoom is actually the best solution because for a lot of us, PPU meeting last week was like really hard to follow. It was like a huge nightmare. And I think that this week meeting with Zoom is like really smooth, and for working condition, it's like the best, I think. So we have to make maybe some concession if we want to have people coming and participating to the meeting and have a smooth and running meeting with no people being kicked out by the server or stuff like that. So.
Thank you, Etienne. We have a raised hand from Svein Mogdal and then Roland.
I just wanted to say that as now pirate part of Norway, we are using Zoom, and there's a reason for it. We have tried almost everything, and this, for our purpose and the use of a video conference tool we have, we have not found anything that is better. And so we will continue using Zoom until something better is coming up.
And I would like to point out that the Zoom room we're in right now is, it's the Pirate Party of Norway's Zoom room. They have been awesome and so generous for letting us use their Zoom room, and we have not paid anything. Like, your membership fees are not going towards paying Zoom. I want to make that like very clear. This is because the Pirate Party of Norway is so generous and has been letting us use the Zoom room when we've needed it. So just a thing for you to know.
Yeah. And also the Norwegian Parliament is now using Zoom. And that's after they have they say the security issues are cleared. I don't know, but that's I was in a hearing there 2 days ago, and they were using.
Okay, thank you. Roland, please.
I think we need to distinguish between using Zoom for internal procedures, like having an assembly or something, or using it for PR. If you're using something for PR, of course, you will need tools who people know, understand, or use like Discord, where the people are, so it can invite people and so on. But on the other hand, if we're running our internal things like meetings and such, then we need to be true to our own values. And I think we have been constantly mixing up those two against each other, which is unfair.
Okay, I see a procedural motion from Bastian.
Yeah, technical motion, because we are booked from 8 o'clock on, sorry, 6 o'clock p.m. on. So we have to cut the transmission for
YouTube?
with YouTube and so on, and we have to go out because we expected the end latest 6 o'clock, and you said 5 o'clock is starting the bar camp. So I apologize for that, and we have only 2 minutes for a short for finishing session. I will overtake this time, and maybe you can do that PPI assembly longer. I have no problem with that, but we cannot transmit it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bastian. Thank you for setting up the YouTube and everything.
Okay.
No worries.
Yeah, thank you.
So given that the live Zoom is about to, the live stream is about to end, and we said quite a lot of things already, I would think that it's time to move on to the next things. And my suggestion is that we would talk about the needs assessment summary and discussion outside of the official GA, just afterwards, or at Pirate Beer. What about Bailey? Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I was really hoping to get like some feedback from people before we close things off, because like, you know, that once we close things, everybody's going to want to go. And like, I totally get that. We've been here all day, and like, it's everybody's tired. So I really want to hear from you guys about like what you think of things so far. Do you like where PPI is going right now? Do you like what we've been up to? Do you not like it? What do you want to keep seeing or not seeing? Like, we really want to know that. And that's part of the reason for setting up like the needs assessment, for example, is so that we can get that direct feedback from you. But I don't know, I was really hoping we could get that from you today, and like,
But
you know,
not over yet, right? So we will see hopefully many faces again in the evening.
Right, but we don't know that though. Like, we don't know if we're going to have all of our members there, and like,
No.
I just really like.
But we also not have a time to have everybody voice their opinion in lengthy argument. So we will only have time for some people voicing it. So I don't know. I just feel like we should honor the agenda a little bit more. And it is now 6:10. And we have 2 more items beside of that one. I was just like thinking that maybe we can trying to shorten it a little bit.
Okay. All right. Well, then we need to promote Pirate Beer then and make sure everybody comes by later and you can tell us what you think of things. So